Yeah, let them know.
I'll just say it hasn't started yet.
Yeah, let them know that we're live now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Check.
Alrighty. So we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. I want to give people a chance to come back if anybody comes back. So
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna take. It's gonna be interesting because. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of topics to talk about as far as the next month of actually next few weeks. Never
yeah,
mind the next month. Never mind them. I mean, we got a month to go before the ultimate downfall of civilization. I
I
mean,
know, and
what else can you call it?
our government can't even get their shit together enough to keep things open and operational. Like,
Yeah, it's like we're looming under a government shutdown.
mm-hmm,
Supposedly they came to a quote unquote compromise, which like if you learn from history, compromises don't always work out in the way you want them to.
right?
And I feel like this is going to be one of those times.
Okay, so I have an ad break in just a minute. So
Hmm.
I'll wait for that to pass, and then um, I will officially start the stream and do my little promos, and then introduce you.
Right, so you're doing like a ad. It's like an ad break. Do you get
Mm,
just curiosity? Do you get any kind of dough from those ads, or do they like?
I have not received
Oh,
anything yet, but it's
oh wow.
it's set to send me money once I get to like $50. Once I get my first like $50. So
It's
yeah.
just cool that you have to actually wait and you have to get so many subscribers. And when you do, you get like literal, the first amount is $50. And like, I mean, that's probably like a good, like spare chunk of change, but still, it's
Still,
like
like,
half the streamers that I know, that we probably know equally are who are fellow people with disabilities and they have to like, they have different ways of like having to pay for their income and survive. It's like not everyone gets the benefits that we're supposed to be getting.
exactly.
And it's like it's just like it's so insidious. I mean, there's like a bunch of I feel like I'm gonna word salad tonight
It's all
about how I
good.
feel about certain people, and I don't want to like offend. My hope is that I don't go too far to where people in the comments are gonna be like, "Oh shit, what's he saying?"
No,
I was
no
like,
worry.
"Oh,
Okay, we're live now. Let me do my little spiel, and then we'll get started, and I'll introduce you.
all right."
Um, hello everyone. Welcome to my channel. Was dealing with some like leftist tech issues as always. But we are back, and I am here with John Ross from the John Ross Show. But before I introduce John, I'm gonna do my little spiel. So yeah, if you like what you see tonight and you would like to support me or support my channel, there are multiple ways you can do this. The main way is becoming a subscriber. I believe it's like $7 a month now, or for free through Twitch Prime. Um, and that will really help my channel grow, help me be able to put out more content, and all of that. Another way you can support my channel is if you put I'm gonna put the link in the chat, exclamation point donate in the chat. um that will give you a link to my hi Atticus.
What's up, Daddy?
This will give you a link to either like my Cashapp, my Venmo, or my Ko-Fi link. One of the things that I am planning on doing probably through Ko-Fi is so I'm a mixed media artist and mostly do work in like watercolor and water soluble. Yeah, we're definitely troublemakers. Water soluble mediums. And what I'm thinking about offering is offering people paintings in exchange for donations. Um, I have not added this to my Ko-Fi yet. I'm trying to raise money because my leukemia is back and I need to go through chemotherapy treatment as soon as possible. And the co-pays per visit are between $80 to $100 depending upon what they're doing that day. And I have to do these visits like 3 times a week for at least the next 5 weeks so that my leukemia doesn't get worse or have a chance to spread to other parts of my body, which sucks.
Totally.
And the last time I had because my leukemia is a chronic lymphocytic leukemia, which means it's not like other forms of leukemia where you have it, they give you treatment, and then you go into remission, and then after 5 years, you're cancer free. Whereas my form of leukemia is a chronic form, so it is something that I will have to live with for the rest of my life. And it essentially flares up every couple of years. And prior to about a month ago, I had been cancer free or sort of in remission for about 2 years or so. So, yeah, it likes to pop up every couple of years. So I will set up that on my Ko-Fi probably tomorrow. So like a 5x7 painting might be like 30 or $40. Larger paintings would cost more. I do paint a lot of like abstracts and landscapes and stuff. I would love to, be able to share that with some of you. If you choose to make a donation, no worries. If you can't, I always tell people, please make sure that your own needs are taken care of first. I have a GoFundMe page as well that I literally just set up right before stream because I didn't realize until recently that, it was an amount that was high enough to warrant a GoFundMe. So there's a link to that. If you don't mind, John, if I take a moment to just read what I wrote in this real quick.
Oh, no problem.
So I said, hi everyone, my name is Annie-Fitzgerald and I'm raising funds to help cover the cost of my co-pays for treatment for my chronic lymphocytic leukemia. It's a chronic form of leukemia that, unlike other types of cancer and leukemia, in that it's something I will have to live with for the rest of my life. I was originally diagnosed in January 2019 and I nearly died in 2021. But I've been relatively cancer free for the last few years until about a month ago. It has flared up again, and although it was caught early, I still need a chemotherapy cocktail and at least 5 weeks, maybe even more than 5 weeks, of chemotherapy to keep it from getting worse or spreading to other parts of my body. So I need to start treatment right away. Unfortunately, like millions of Americans across this country, my insurance company is refusing to cover it in full without $80 to $100 copays per treatment. And I'll need at least 2 to 3 treatments a week, each week for at least 5 weeks or more. That's around $300 per week. I have multiple other disabilities and chronic conditions that make it very difficult to find employment, and I lived on a fixed income with SSDI. This year, I ran for a state representative seat in Washington's 38th district, and although I didn't win, I did pretty well in my race. I'm also a student in my junior year of university with big dreams of becoming an art therapist slash psychologist so I can help and serve others. I'm excited to complete my degree, and although I'd love to work with any age, I'm especially excited to work with sick or disabled children and find ways to serve my community. I also spend a lot of time and effort volunteering in my community doing disability justice advocacy and mutual aid work, and I would love to be able to continue to do all these things to serve my community. I believe that certain things like housing or healthcare are both human rights, and I think our for-profit healthcare system is literally causing too many Americans with a story like mine to suffer needlessly, and we need to fight for this to change. But unfortunately for me, in the meantime, I have to ask you for help to cover some of the expenses so I can beat cancer and continue to serve my community. Please make sure that your own needs are met before you donate. But if you can, please consider sending a few dollars my way. Donations of any size are greatly appreciated, even small ones, because they'll add up quickly. Please feel free to share my fundraiser to help spread the word. I'll try to post updates when I have them, and thank you so much for supporting my fundraiser. Much love to all. So, unfortunately, I am one of millions of Americans that have these kinds of issues and need to turn to things like GoFundMe pages or Ko-Fi or other sources to help cover medical expenses so I don't die. And
Right.
that may sound a little hyperbolic, but I mean, the last time I had to delay treatment, my cancer metastasized and it spread to other parts of my body.
Oh
And
God, I'm sorry.
so, so it's really difficult to have to spend all this time arguing with the insurance company and, you know, going to treatment. I've already done like 2, but I only have enough funds available right now to do like 2 more through a small donation I received from a friend. Um so thank you for listening to my little spiel, and again, please, if you wish to donate, if you wish to help out, I want to just really make sure that people understand that I really want you to take care of your own needs and make sure that your own needs are met before you donate, because that's really important to me. And, I don't, like, I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to start making decisions like, okay, do I buy more groceries or do I pay for a chemo treatment? And I really don't want to be in that place. So, anyways, I really appreciate your support. And with that all said, I would like to introduce my guest for the evening. This is John Ross, many of which you are familiar with. Um, I went on John's show in October. It was like the third or
It was
fourth.
2 months ago.
Yeah, yeah, it was like the third week of October, I think.
Yeah,
Um,
it was during your political campaign,
yeah, towards the end of it. Um,
which is
and
a which is the first time I've actually had someone of that like political experience come on the show. Usually, I just do straight up podcast interviews, so it was actually kind of great. It was actually great to have somebody running for political office come on and just talk about their campaign and what they were about. And
mhm,
I did my best to share all your information. I'm terribly sorry that you lost. I think you
it's
would have been
all
a great
good. We
congressperson, but that doesn't mean that you can't do it again.
Oh no, I absolutely have plans to run again.
I mean, there's you know they always say first time the charm, second time the charm, third time the charm. You never know. You honestly never know when it's gonna happen. When the pendulum is swinging, obviously in a really conservative direction this year, but
Yeah,
in 2 years, when there's midterms in 26, that could fingers crossed that
yeah,
could be your end goal.
yeah,
That could be your year. 26 could be your year. 2026.
yeah.
But yeah.
Um, yeah, I got about 25.5% of the vote. And numerically speaking, if we're not counting the write-in votes, which there's like 1900 or so write-ins, and I'm like, who are these
Oh
people
wow.
writing in? But okay. If you don't count the write-ins, I did get about a third of the votes that that my incumbent got. So he got like 41,000 or so votes, and I ended up
All
with,
bought and paid for by the corporate elitist establishment. I mean, come
yeah,
on. Let's
yeah.
let's fucking be real. Can we swear on this? Because I'm
Of
gonna
course
be
we
real
could
with you.
swear.
It was
Um
like, can we fucking believe that how much he probably bought the election? For all the talk about stealing elections, it's like your opponent fucking bought his way into getting elected, and
that
will
and
very certainly try to figure out how to get reelected in the next time around. So, like I said, 2026, it's rematch time. So,
Ellie, say hi to Addie. Say hi. Um yeah, I got like about 14,500 votes out of, and he got 41,000. So like, I'm
14,000 votes is not that bad, though. I'll admit. So,
no, no, I
I'm like the
was,
fact that you could, in the sense like you even if you got maybe 10,000 votes, it still would have made a difference, or 9,000 votes. Like the fact that 14,000 people came out and voted for you on election day in your state
mm-hmm,
means you made a difference. You
yeah,
know, to think that we could have probably seen 2018 again with like the progressive blue wave, even though that didn't happen again. 26 is we fingers crossed.
yep.
And
Um,
now I'm just being passionate, and now I'm gonna blather on. Like I said, there's gonna be a lot of word salad from me tonight. Whoever comes in this chat in your chat is gonna be like, who is this guy, and what is he doing? It's
okay,
like I've been doing this podcast thing and stream thing for 4 years now, and it's I feel like I'm getting a lot better. Not to like boost my own ego here, but it's like I've gotten a lot better in 5 years, or
okay.
yeah, 5 years.
Now that we've gone
Now that
through,
we've gotten the intro out of the way, now we got
can I share a video clip and ask you to react?
sure, absolutely.
So this is gonna
Um,
be like a really casual setting, casual interview. I am,
First time I've actually been interviewed someone as a guest of instead of me the other way around. So
well, I
that is
figured
great.
it would be cool to have you back on so that we could talk
Yeah,
about
yes,
like
absolutely.
social safety net program concerns under the new
Mhm.
administration,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I have
Now that
some.
Elon Musk is like gonna be, sorry to cut you off.
No, 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 you're good.
Now that
Um,
like fucking Elon Musk is gonna be part of the administration, how terrible that's gonna be. Like,
oh, I know.
it's like,
Um,
dude, like even though that's probably not his fucking department, you can like 100, like maybe 1,000% be certain that social safety nets are gonna be cut through him because he's such an elitist and he's such a corporate hack that he's
and
just gonna
he doesn't care. He doesn't look
right.
at it as like a necessity. He doesn't care. Like this guy is Elon Musk is a union buster. Um,
Exactly, just like Jank.
like yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, sorry, Jank. I shouldn't have brought up TYT. But anyway, yeah, he's
No,
a
no, no,
union
no.
buster.
It's all good.
He's like a wealthy. He's very wealthy. He's never had to work hard in his life. He's had either bought himself into wealth or paid himself into wealth. I mean, this guy, just like the Orange Menace, as I call him, is never had to actually earn the stuff that he's got.
Right.
He's basically just got himself rich or wealthy through family connections or like business, like corrupt business dealings, amongst other things.
All right.
But anyway,
So
again,
can I share
let's play the
like
yeah,
can
let's
we
play the clip.
react? Can we react to
Yes,
a
let's
couple of
react.
clips?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're starting out with a funny one, okay? Just to kind of lighten the mood a little bit. Um I love Dr. Glockenflecken. He's actually an ophthalmologist and he makes really awesome videos about various types of like healthcare related content. So he has an important message to share from United Healthcare.
$100. Oh, I didn't see you there. I was just making a generous donation to charities. Hi, I'm the CEO of United Healthcare.
I don't think I'm
The
hearing
holidays
anything.
are just
Oh
around the
no!
corner.
There's no audio coming in.
Uh-oh.
Maybe try turning it up a little bit on the YouTube,
Oh yeah. Let me try that. Cause I
or
did.
try your computer audio.
Okay.
It's a
I forget
time
it all
filled
the
with
time
family,
when somebody tells
fun,
me
and
they can't
yes,
hear something. I'm like, oh
healthcare.
shit.
United Healthcare has done a lot over this year to make sure you stay healthy. We've
Yeah,
collected
I
your
still can't hear
premiums.
nothing. I can see a mouth move, but I can't see the I can't hear the audio.
Oh no. Ah. Okay, that sucks. Okay. Change of plans.
Yeah, unfortunately, although I kind of wanted to do some reaction videos tonight because
I
I've been.
know. I
It's
know. Cause I have like a couple of them like pulled up.
are you you're using StreamYard, right? Or was it
Streamlabs.
Streamlab?
Mm-hmm.
Can you check your audio, like what you set up, to make sure
Yeah, let me
it's
check desktop audio.
yeah, probably. I mean, I use OBS like for as messed up as it is, and I always have to like mess with something. So, like again, as a fellow leftist streamer, I understand. And Addie says audio is good here.
Yeah, it seems like
Like
the other
it's like,
like audience can hear it, but it seems
but
like
I just can't hear. It. Yeah,
yeah, it's probably the audio like maybe because we're using Google Meet,
yeah,
maybe it doesn't like sharing audio with Streamlabs. Um
weird.
yeah, I'm not sure why, but shoot, I do have a couple of articles though.
Yeah, try
So
playing it. Try playing it now,
okay.
and I'll watch the video or turn the volume up on the Twitch side.
Okay. Okay.
$100. Oh, I didn't see you there. I was just making a generous donation to
Yeah,
charities. Hi, I'm the
Can you hear it?
yeah, I can hear it now.
Okay, okay. Let
Yeah.
me let me start again because I really wanted to react with you to some of these videos. Okay, I just have a few like these four, and then there's like an article or two. Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Okay.
No, Addie, I'm not intentionally messing with.
No, I don't think he's messing with me, Addie, because I've had this problem before, with other interviews that I've done. So yeah. Okay, let's check out this clip.
$100. Oh, I didn't see you there. I was just making a generous donation to charities. Hi, I'm the CEO of United Healthcare. The holidays are just around the corner. It's a time filled with family, fun, and yes, healthcare. United Healthcare has done a lot over this year to make sure you stay healthy. We've collected your premiums. Christmas is coming. Maybe you've met your deductible
Awkward pause.
Yeah,
or your
yeah,
out-of-pocket
totally.
maximum for the year and are thinking about having a knee replacement, cataract surgery, or sudden catastrophic illness. Well, I'm here to tell you, wait till January. Please. There's nothing to do in January. It's cold and dark. It's the best time for expensive healthcare needs. So when you go in for that next appointment, tell your doctor you want to wait until January 1st for that brain tumor resection. Hold that baby in there for just a few more weeks so we can all share the joy, love, and exorbitant costs of healthcare in this great country. Don't end up on Santa's naughty list. Wait until January to have that emergent cardiac bypass. Here are a few other reasons why healthcare is better after the first of the year. Did you know that all hospitals close down after Thanksgiving? Probably. Your body knows that January is the best month to have elective surgery and will heal itself accordingly. The mortality rate for everything in December is 1,000%. All doctors are drunk in December. Seriously, do you want a drunk doctor performing emergency surgery on your burst appendix? No, thank you. I'll wait till January 1st. Happy holidays.
You know why he's saying January 1st, right? It's because that's when like your new plan for the new year switches over, and your copays and deductibles will be higher because you're just starting off the year.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like everything's going to get more expensive.
Yeah. So
depending on what your plan is,
exactly.
whether you're on Medicare, Medicaid, or whatever you have through your insurance company. But that's just the way of like his forewarning of this is really what's going to happen come January 1st, come 2025. Not only are we going to have a new president elected, but we're also going to have our deductibles and our Medicare, and our healthcare system's going to go down the toilet. So you might as well enjoy it while you still can, folks.
Yeah.
Here's a free checkup at the next clinic.
Yo.
When you visit your next local clinic, here, get your free checkup, right? That you should have just probably threw that in there, but for comedic chops, just be like, here you go.
Yeah. Oh, I just thought that was kind of hilarious, and you know, in light of recent events, regarding Luigi Mangione.
Luigi Mangione. How do you pronounce his last name? Mangione. Mangione. He shot up the where he shot and killed the
allegedly.
Finger quotes allegedly, because of the bad healthcare system, obviously, that we have in this country. Like, I'm gonna say something probably controversial, and your audience is probably gonna be like, he said this guy. Anyway, stop ego drifting. It's just abhorrent that maybe if the healthcare system in this country was not as messed up, to put it bluntly, if we had universal health care for all, if we had Medicare for all, it would have happened still. Something would have still happened even if we had Medicare for all. So saying that this probably wouldn't have happened, or that CEO wouldn't have been shot and killed allegedly.
Mhm.
Uh, you know, it would probably be a false statement. So yeah, so the fact that this guy, I mean, this guy is a hero, Luigi Mangione. Let's just be real.
Yeah, and
I'm saying something controversial, but
right,
that's I mean, that's as left leaning as I am.
and it really, like, the thing that I kind of like about this is that um it got people talking about healthcare,
Oh
and
yeah.
it was amazing because it was connecting people all across the country regardless of their ideology. Like,
Hmm.
it seemed like this was one thing that
It woke
we
people
could
up,
all agree on, right? We could
right?
all agree that our healthcare system is busted and broken, and
Hmm.
that no other developed country in the world, I mean, they all have some form of single payer, some form of universal healthcare.
Yeah,
Why don't
exactly,
we?
exactly. And like I was should mention, I missed your stream last week where you watched Michael Moore's Sicko.
Mm.
Great fucking movie.
Mm-hmm.
I actually own the movie, and that movie is relevant today than it was in 2007, or as it was in 2007
Oh
when it was released.
yeah. Like,
So,
one of the
like, we
things
he
one of the things we talked about was the reason why I wanted to rewatch it was, number one, Michael Moore made it available for free on his
mhm,
YouTube page,
on his YouTube channel, yeah.
but also there one of the reasons why I wanted to rewatch it was because there are a lot of the same things that were going on pre pre Obamacare are
Hmm.
still going on to this day. And if
Oh,
anything,
absolutely.
it's worse because these insurance companies are throwing AI into the mix.
Yeah, like every other organization is doing stuff with AI. Like
Yeah.
I'll give a perfect example. Like so, I'm on affordable housing as a person with a disability,
Mm-hmm.
and every year and a half, I have to get what they call an annual recertification. And I think an ad just played, so
Yeah.
it's fine. I'll keep talking. Um, like as in, like again, like if the ads are to help you, make a buck, basically get that first $50 in. Um, so I'm on affordable housing like you. I'm on fixed income. I have all the benefits, Medicare, or actually Medicaid. But in regard to housing, they I have to do this like every year and a half. I have to do like annual recertification, and for this they like last year they changed it where everything, instead of it being in like a packet where you have to fill stuff out, include some stuff, and then turn it in, they decided to go all AI on the system. And
uh,
it was really, really, one, it was messed up.
mm-hmm.
Then it was confusing. They said they would do stuff like send emails that they never sent. I still got the results of my housing recertification in the mail, and I mean, nothing, surprisingly, nothing bad. My income stayed the same.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just messed up how like yeah, AI is really changing our system, our way of living, our society, and it's going to be worse for people with disabilities,
Well,
or any kind, not only people with disabilities, but any kind of health ailments who need extra, help, extra assistance.
right. I
So,
mean, when I personally applied for I think I might have told you this before, but when I personally applied to get Apple Health, which is Washington State's like healthcare plan,
Hmm.
Medicaid, basically. When I applied like in March to get that, as well as like caregiving assistance a couple times a week,
Oh yeah.
um, because of my disabilities. Some days are better than others. Some
Hmm.
days, even simple tasks like taking a shower or, making a meal,
Yep.
like,
Are challenging.
are
They're
incredibly
yeah.
challenging.
I've
Um,
been there.
yeah.
I mean, I explained this on our interview in October about my obstacles of having a disability, and people kind of not really kind of people really just not believing it by
Mm-hmm.
saying it doesn't look like I'm disabled even when I tell them and prove it to them. They just don't see they only see the physicality. They only see the person on the outside. They don't know what it's like on the inside.
Yeah.
And I say they meaning society. Now,
Right.
granted, not everyone is like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have been open about it to people who want to know and are curious.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I have been honest about it, but I've still had to face the other side of the coin, as I would call it, the ableism. Whether in most of it is unintentional,
Mm-hmm.
um, some of it has been intentional, and
Mm-hmm.
that's like that's where I've actually had to go back into like events in my life and realize that there were people, adult authority figures who knew that I was disabled because it was on paper,
Mm-hmm.
especially in schools that I went to, and would just pass judgment, um, and be abusive. Case in point, I found out that a teacher, and forgive me because this is me going on a tangent, a spiel now.
No, you're
Um,
good.
I found out yesterday or last night, a teacher I had in first grade, 25 years ago. So count backwards from now, it'd be 1999. Um, when I was 6 years old, this teacher, this in this first grade class that I had in rural Missouri, who is now since retired, she works as a sub, got called out online for her abusive behavior of a child that she, for to be blunt about it, she slapped around. Basically, was showing abuse, and
Mm.
there were several instances of comments being made of other folks saying, "Yeah, this teacher was like that with my child," or "This is how she was with me when I was in her class," because she taught first, I think third, and then fifth grade in a
Mm-hmm.
span of a couple years. Um, and then for me, that sparked memories or made me remember these memories I had of this teacher being abusive to me and being like, like I had trouble understanding certain things. And I can recall a particular day in 1999 of her being abusive to me by berating me, calling me not smart, and digging her fingernails into my skin, into my face. Uh, and when I say digging her nails, I mean she dug her nails like to where it hurt. And keep in mind, I was also 6 years old. So
Mm.
that's not something that you need to be doing to a child who
No.
is disabled. Although
Let
at that
alone
age,
any child.
yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, she had a daughter who is my age, who went to school with me in the same grade, and I just thought, if someone was doing this to your daughter, you would be pissed beyond belief.
Of course.
And for you to be doing this to one of your own students, and also a student with a disability, it's like even worse. And so,
Yeah.
yeah, I went on because I have a friend, a childhood friend of mine, brought up that she had a mean temper, and I commented and was like, yeah, I never forgot what she did to me 25 years ago, and it never goes away. And
Mm-hmm.
I said that, and then I didn't, and I also got into the person of the mother of the child who was slapped. I should say abused, but either way, it's terrible. Um, and I was like reading the comments, and then finally, when I was like, you know what, I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna say what I want to say, and I just basically said I was her student. She knows what she did, because if she tries to forget about it, she's lying. And I never, like, again, I never forgot it. It was 25 years ago, and that shit stays with you
Of
forever.
course. Of course.
And the other thing was she was enabled. Nobody said shit. Nobody said anything. And I'm lucky. I mean, that like kids are lucky now because I wish we had the technology back then
Mm-hmm.
where we could show evidence of this. Because I only have to remember it's only from memory for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wish I could say to people like this is the proof I have. And it's like I didn't say anything back then because I was 6 years old. And I know the question people would ask was, well, why didn't you say anything? And then I would answer that question with a question. And I would say, who's going to believe me
Yeah.
in this small town? Who the hell is going to believe me, a 6-year-old boy, versus this 30-something-year-old teacher who has power or connection to it and is being enabled by a very problematic system that still exists today?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still have family that live in the town I grew up in. And I've only been back there, for a few occasions over the last couple of years. Also, FYI, it's a very, very conservative town, like small town.
Mm-hmm.
And it's even more conservative now than when it was when I was growing up there. And so, um, yeah, I mean, who's going to believe me in this small town, where there's
Did you
like
tell like your parents or anyone at the time?
no, I had that belief because like even if I told my parents, I knew what was going to happen. If I told like the teacher that I had was going to twist the truth and make it say no, I was the one who was being the troublemaker. Um, and she's the victim, like the kind of like what they call victim blaming.
Right.
Um, that was what I was thinking at the time was like, so the thing was just don't say anything.
Right.
And then this comes up and I'm like, yeah, like literally I remember like she's still doing it. And
Yeah.
like who knows what other, stuff she's been doing, but from the social media comments that I saw, it seems like this has gone on for years.
I'm
And
so
again, nobody.
sorry.
I mean, well, thank you. I mean, she sure made me and my life and other kids' life hell because again, I saw this not just with what she did to me, but what she did to other kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, there might have to be a trigger warning put in the comments for this, but so if that happens, by all means, go right ahead. She's smacking kids with rulers over the head, like big long, one of those like big yardsticks. She's slamming textbooks, across the room. She's slamming textbooks, in in anger. I mean, it's that, like I said, like that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was scary. I mean, I can't tell you. I had this teacher once in in 2 years, ages 6 and 7, because I was held back. Um, and yeah, she was scary both times. So the fact that it's a fact that some parent that still lives in that small town, like, is still, you know, she still is like literally teaching there as a sub. Like, she still has a license. And I think the one time, I think they said a year ago, she got escorted off of school property, but she's still there. As far as I know, she's still working as a sub.
Oh
You know,
man.
and it's really fucking tragic the way that these systems, especially in the educational, the way I'm like, it's different in every part of the town. It's different for everyone, but this is what I saw and witnessed. And there's just a lot of things that I witnessed in that small town for like 7.5 years. It's just like not every teacher I had was that way. I mean, I had 3 good teachers and 2 bad ones, and she was one of the bad ones. So
I'm so sorry
I
you had to go
that's
through that.
yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, it again, and also, like, I like blocked it out for years because I was like, you know what, I was young, and I also, there is that feeling when you get older, you kind of blame yourself, like maybe it was my fault, that kind of thing, if you know what I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
about.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it took me another decade, probably now that I'm in my 30s, to realize that that wasn't anything I did wrong. I didn't
Of
do anything
course
wrong.
not.
It was, it was just an enabling system of people in the school system that were just terrible and uh, and again, enabling and manipulative and all that bad stuff. But anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to veer off into
No, 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 no.
that
It's
subject
okay.
matter. People with autism. I mean, we were talking to go from talking about how the healthcare system is bad to kids with autism, and then me just kind of going into that story.
It's weird because I kind of have a somewhat similar story. It wasn't as traumatizing for me as it seems like your experience was, but um in third grade, so my mom was like my hero when I was growing up. Like, she, like, especially once I was old enough to realize what was going on both in my school district and all the work that she did, arguing with insurance companies, trying to get surgeries and procedures and all these kinds of things like covered. And I was under my dad's insurance company, um, at the time, as part of like family insurance. And my dad was a very successful pharmacist, so I'm sure we had like a pretty good plan. But even with that, she still had to spend a lot of time making sure that, I was getting seen by the right doctors and that things were
Oh
covered
yeah,
and all of that. But one story that like stands out for me is when I was in third grade, my mom was like fighting the school districts because the school district wanted to put me in special ed classes, even though I didn't need special ed classes. All I needed, like, it was a situation where I would have been, and I was, much better off being in classes with my peers.
right.
And, but she had to fight for that, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I remember a situation like with a, like, they started so they thought I was gonna go blind, and so by the time I was 15, and so starting in like second grade, I started seeing like this tutor or whatever that I would meet with while at school, and she would teach me. She was like teaching me how to write and read in braille. She was teaching me like I was receiving like mobility training, so like how to get around with a cane when you can't see. I was getting
Right.
like a lot of this important training, and Braille is like any other language. Like it takes
Yeah.
a couple
It takes
years to learn.
a lot of time to actually learn and decipher.
Yeah,
Um,
and like learn like all the contractions, because in Braille, if you were to write every word out letter by letter, you would have massive volumes of like reams and reams of paper. So there's like contractions and stuff for like certain phrases and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah.
it's kind of complicated. But in third grade I had a teacher that I believe, if I remember correctly, I had asked to sit in the front row so that I could see. So I could see like
Exactly.
the board and stuff. And one day she got so frustrated with me asking to be placed in the front row, she literally grabbed my arm and pulled me out of class into the hallway and started berating me and saying, "Oh, you're just faking it for attention," and blah, blah, blah. She didn't believe me when I told her I couldn't see when I was
No,
further back.
that
And
is so
yeah.
fucking. That is like the worst thing. Like, and then that also goes into the teacher I had. I mean, I witnessed her do stuff like that to me and to other students. One student I had in the class. This was the second time I had that teacher in
Mm-hmm.
first grade. We had a new student who was just feeling so overwhelmed and emotional. She just lost her shit and snapped and did exactly similar to what you just described.
Mm-hmm.
Grabbed the student by the arm really forcefully, pulled him out of his seat, and dragged him out into the hallway. And, again, it's that thing of power.
Mm-hmm.
It's that who has the power and who doesn't. And this teacher certainly did. And I, again, it was traumatizing, to
Well,
say the least, what we went
yeah.
through.
Yeah. And like the previous year, so in second grade was really rough for me because I literally had like 8 surgeries in 1 year. So
Mhm.
I was doing much of second grade, like outside the classroom. Um, and like my vision teacher, I'll never forget her name, Jamie. She was amazing. She was the one that was like teaching me braille. She was very respectful. She would not, you know, um like
Because
let
she
me
had
cut any.
patience.
Huh?
She had patience.
Yes.
She had time and she had patience,
Yes.
and she didn't allow her personality to get the better of her. She
And
didn't allow her uh I guess you could say, like, her anger or meanness, if she had any,
mhm.
uh get get the better of her. And I think that's the problem that we have today. I mean, it's like I said, it's different for everybody in different schools, in the different educational system.
Mhm.
Um, but for the two of us, I mean, I'd say that we both equally have been dealt with some really similar, different but similar environments where there's just a lot of ableism. There's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of forcefulness. There's a lot of again berating. There's a lot of name calling, and that stuff was normal considered. I mean, it wouldn't be today, but back then in the late '90s, early 2000s, it was like much different world, and society has definitely, I'd say that we still got a long ways to go, but
But we've come a long way since
yeah,
that time.
society has definitely evolved, and I think a lot of it has to just deal with whatever the next generation. Like I look at Gen Z, like I'm a millennial, but
Hmm.
like I'm a millennial closer to Gen Z, and I look at most of what their generation is and how tolerant and accepting they have become, and it just makes me feel like, okay, this is awesome.
And
Like I
keep in mind, in relation to my story, um, I was in elementary school prior to the ADA becoming law. So,
Yeah, the
and
Americans with Disabilities Act is what we're talking.
yes, and so
Signed
like,
into law in 1990 by a Republican president,
yeah,
unfortunately. 1990, not bad year, but like the fact that a Republican president signed it into a law, and while there was still a Republican in power,
yeah, I
uh,
was like
I mean,
9
like
when
the
it was.
indifference, yeah, like the indifference that they still had towards people back then. I mean, it's worse now, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's just terrible.
And my
It's
mom,
just so bad, though. I
like,
mean,
yeah, and like the school wanted to, put me in special ed, and my mom was like, just because she can't see very well and gets hurt all the time doesn't mean that she has any sort of like intellectual disabilities or any developmental disabilities, because I didn't and I don't. And
mhm,
when I wasn't sick all the time and missing a ton of school, um especially in elementary school, um I did well, like better than some of the other students did. So like it was just really difficult for me, especially in elementary school, because that's when I had a whole lot of surgeries, I had a whole lot of injuries, I was missing a lot of school,
mhm,
and so it was really important that when I was in school that I was with my peers, so that I could reach those like social and like
social
developmental
skills. Yeah,
milestones as well.
yeah. Develop the social skills that you would need. Like I can also relate to that because I had special ed. I mean, I had like one special ed class in my life, and that's math. I mean, the rest of the time I was um, in regular, what we would call regular education,
Mm-hmm.
for those who are not familiar. Um, but up until about 2000, I was in regular ed classes. I mean, I excelled at my own pace. I mean, I'm literally a book reader. I mean, if I could, like, behind me, trying to point the pen, like I might look off camera, but behind me is a bookshelf, and I actually went book shopping today, and I found a book that I read. I read it as a library copy. It's a progressive lefty YouTuber that I was introduced to by a friend,
Oh,
and his
cool.
book came out. I mean, I don't know if you know who Brian Tyler Cohen is, but
Yeah,
uh,
I
his
would
book,
consider him a little more
more
centrist, but yeah.
liberal, but like he can be more. I feel like we can pull him to our side. I think
Mm-hmm.
that's how I feel about a lot of these people now that, again, I don't mean to go off topic here, but it's like the fact like TYT has gone on this like conservative right wing pivot. It's like now we must look at the plethora of left leaning or leftist YouTubers and Twitch streamers and podcasters in the progressive world and see how we can pull them to our side or have them come over to our side. And I sincerely believe, and I know some people might disagree with me on this, but I sincerely believe that Brian Tyler Cohen is one of those people. And like if we can, like himself, pondering politics, Josiah, Luke Beasley, the Vanguard, Pastor Ben Dixon, the Letter Hack, obviously Mondale Robinson, like Dan from the internet, like all these people, as diverse as they are, they're on the left. They're on our side. And if they're not, we need to pull them to our side. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to really take these people and be like, okay, where do we actually agree on some issues? And it's just like, yeah, we agree on this X, Y, and Z issue with regards to like we're talking about like Medicare and having Medicare, needing Medicare for all, and doing what Michael Moore described in Sicko. Like we can pull these people to our side, and those to where we disagree. My view is we need to sit down and we need to have a conversation on how we can actually get this such and such person, podcaster, streamer, over to our side. Like not make them like say in our views, you and I, like DSA people, per se, but actually just push them to something like that, like kind of expose them, and I say that in a good way, to some like democratic socialist belief system that Bernie introduced us to 10 years ago.
Can
And so
I share a little good news about DSA?
Absolutely.
So currently I lead my chapter's healthcare and disability justice working group, and DSA, like on a national level, has not, they kind of dropped organizing around Medicare for all in like 2021. However, just between you and I and our viewers here, it looks like they are going to start organizing around Medicare for all again on a national scale. Because
if you had an applause sign, that would be awesome. Sorry,
because
I have to. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but my headphone cord got caught into my chair, and so I had to like move my chair to basically, untangle the cord. So anyway, as you were saying,
so
anyway,
yeah,
the DSA, they're doing Medicare. They're doing more advocacy for
I think
E4A.
they're gonna start doing more, because I was recently invited to a chat group around organizing around Medicare for all. I don't know exactly what the plan is yet, but I served on the DSA National Medicare for All Steering Committee in 2021. I was one of the co-chairs, and it was, the purpose of the committee was to help chapters across the country organize around Medicare for all. And unfortunately, that year they kind of deprioritized it. It is still not on the list of priorities for DSA, and they cut our funding. So, yeah, so we were like, I think that was the last year that they were organizing around it. So it's really good to like see, oh, I just got invited to this new chat. I wonder what, we're doing, because back to healthcare, I think we're in a very unique moment where people across the country are sharing their healthcare horror
Experiences, yeah.
stories. Yeah,
Yeah.
their healthcare horror stories. And, we're able to have this conversation with people on both sides of the political aisle because, I
Yeah.
mean, healthcare ultimately affects everyone, right? I don't
Oh,
care how
absolutely.
healthy you are. I don't care how healthy
No,
you
no
are
matter
right
how
now.
you could be the strongest person in the world and you could still end up with an
Yeah.
unexpected ailment.
Yeah.
And and very
Everybody's gonna face disability at some point in their life. It's just a matter of when.
yeah, like the definition of disability shouldn't always be physical.
Mm-hmm.
Um and I've talked this over with Hank Thompson, who's also autistic. He, got autism later in life. And that's something I've learned in the last 2 years is that people get autism at different times in their
Mm-hmm.
life. They could have it early in life, like I did. Oh, there's another ad playing for the McRib.
You're you're good.
Oh, a McRib would be so good right now. It would be
I delayed
so
the
good.
ads
I
as much as I could.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine with me as long as a McRib ad is playing. I mean, the McDonald's it's right across the street from my apartment. I might as well just let's take a stream. Let's take a intermission. I'll go buy us a McRib for
Well,
dollar
or
a
do you
buck. I
want
mean,
to
they have it on the dollar menu. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
or do
playing.
you want to, buy a Christmas gift from Still?
Yeah, yeah. Well, today, like my apartment had our annual Christmas dinner today, and we were supposed to do Secret Santa, and I got a little Christmas mug. And
Aw.
well, I gave somebody a Christmas mug. I got some clothes, and I don't have it on me. BBC. I don't watch. I don't see. I don't get the BBC. Like I get the BBC on. So we're just talking about the ads that are playing because
Mm-hmm.
we're in an ad break. So for people who are like watching this and are seeing our lips move, like what the hell are they talking about? Where it's like we're watching. It's like there's BBC, The Youngest History Heroes, and it's on Radio 4. And now we're back.
Now we're
We're
back.
back. We're back. We're back from the where it's like Sam Cedar. It's like when he does the ad break or the fun half. Uh, it's like we're back.
Yup, yup.
It's like yeah, it's like him and uh yeah, and that's another person that's on our side. Um, honestly enough, like speaking of union of like healthcare workers, like I watched and now I'm just rambling, so feel free to cut me off. I won't be offended.
Okay.
Um, um, like see, this is the thing. This stream's gonna go up in like 3 hours, and no matter how long we go for, I'll start rambling, and you'll
Okay.
get enough
So I
people
might
watching.
interrupt you at some point because
Yeah,
I
it's like
do have other things that I would like to share with
talk
you.
about yeah,
Yeah.
like there was articles we need to talk about. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. Can we
uh,
react to another video clip?
absolutely, let's do it.
Okay, okay. All right. So the next one, let's see.
I'll be honest with you, this guy gives me the creeps now.
Dr. Gloom,
Doctor, what's his
Gloom,
name?
Glaucom Feckin.
Oh god, he kind
Glaucom
of he's got
Flecken.
that he's got that thousand-eyed stare as you call it, and he's like, oh,
Okay, so I'm gonna rearrange these just a little bit. We're gonna watch this Ring of Fire video. Um,
I just found something out. Also, that's another person. I love Farron,
mhm.
and I found out, and this is through the group that I'm in. Did you know that Ring of Fire owns? I think it's 95% of TYT.
Really?
Did you not know this? Yeah, I
No
didn't know this
way.
until no, it's true. I watched the video after it was like around the election, and Farron Cousins and what was it? What's his name? The attorney, Mark. I think I forget his not John Dollemore, but the attorney, his co-host.
Oh, yeah,
He,
the older man, the older guy.
yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
can see his name, but because he used to be on, because Ring of Fire's uh pretty old too. Well, not old, but it's been like
it's been
around since
around for almost 20
yeah,
years, I think.
yeah, since the Air America days, and
Mm-hmm.
they were like, Farron Cousins was like, "Oh yeah, we own 95% of TYT," and I was like, well, maybe they can do some kind of for the lack of a better term, house cleaning over
Yup.
there, considering what's been going on down there, or going on down in the main show. I mean, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. I'm,
Let's I have not watched the first two videos here. I did watch the secular talk
no
one, but
problem.
it was really good, so I wanted to share these with you. So let's check
Sure.
out this one.
Let's check out
The
some
Trump
Farron.
administration,
Ring
when
of
they
Fire.
get sworn in on January 20th of next year, already has a plan in place. They are actively working with members of Congress right now to not only extend the tax cuts that they had passed in 2017 that benefited the wealthy elite and left the rest of us with absolutely nothing, but they understand you can't just, extend a tax cut because it's predicted to add $4 trillion to the deficit, and we can't have the deficit going up. So don't worry, the plan is not just to extend those tax cuts to the wealthy elite. They also want to cut.
I'm pretty sure those tax cuts are that he's referring to are permanent too. And the tax
Yeah,
breaks to like middle class people are about to
yeah,
expire.
yeah.
So,
It's like the Bush tax cuts, kind of 2.0.
mhm.
It's like
Medicaid
that's what it is. I mean, the
and food
wealthy,
stamps.
the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. But now it's going to just be like, yeah, the wealthy are not going to be able to pay taxes for the next 4 years and more.
Mhm.
I mean, they can still live in
The
their
incoming
fucking $1 million mansions. Like, try showing this to Anna Kasparian. Speaking of,
Yeah.
in that $1 million condo, that
Trump
she was in.
administration, that I have to repeat this, millions of people voted for because they thought, hey, he's going to help my financial situation. When he comes into office, he is going to rob from the poor and give the money to the rich. Robin Hood in reverse is their policy that they are literally working on right now, folks. Boy, that doesn't sound very populisty of Donald Trump, now does it? And yet all we hear is how Donald Trump's a populist person. He pretends to be, absolutely. But he is anything
Total
but a man
bullshit.
of the people.
Huh?
I said it's total bullshit.
Yeah.
If anyone believes that Donald Trump is a popular, I mean, that's the other thing. Right populism is just basically a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of
It's
hogwash.
not
It's like,
real. It doesn't really
yeah,
exist.
no, it doesn't. It's a bunch of fucking, hey, let's pretend we're right wing, like we're kind of like these Reagan era Republicans, and in fact it's like we don't always agree with Donald Trump on everything, but it's just like when you're in the same room with them, you're just sucking up to them like every sense of the
Yeah.
it's like, hello, Sagar and Jetty, we
Mhm.
see you.
Well,
Hello, Tucker Carlson, we see you.
and not even just
Both
like
you
people
fuckers.
in the media, but like Republicans in Congress as well. Like,
Yeah, hey, Kevin
remember
McCarthy, if you're still there.
all the Republicans.
Hey, Mike Johnson.
Yeah,
Sorry.
remember all the Republicans in like 2015 were like, "Oh, Trump is bad, blah blah blah." And then like as soon as he got into power, they were basically licking his
They
boots.
flip-flopped. Yeah. Hey,
Exactly.
that's what fucking Paul Ryan did.
Mhm.
After the whole Access Hollywood shit came out, he was like, "Don't campaign with me." And then he got in and he was like, "Oh yeah, we're going to work together on." I'm glad that he got it. Yeah, you fucking flip-flopper.
Mhm.
You fucking fraud. It's fucking like John Fetterman too.
Mhm.
You can kind of, you look at John Fetterman, fucking a fraud. Played
Yep.
himself as a progressive, played himself as a Bernieite, played himself as a socialist, and then he got that damn brain tumor, and he goes on places like Bill Maher of all people, and says, "Oh well, that's," or it was not a brain tumor. Was it a brain? I think it was
It
a
was a
stroke.
stroke.
It was a stroke. Yeah, he got a stroke, and then went on of all places went on Bill Maher's show and was like, well, when I had that stroke, made me realize I wasn't really progressive. I was a centrist. Blah blah. It's like, dude, you're a fucking fraud. Okay, nobody's gonna fucking believe you anymore.
Nope.
You're done. You're finished. We see right through you.
Yep. Okay,
and that's the thing with other people. Okay.
Yeah. Let's finish the clip.
Let me finish the clip, and then I'll finish my thoughts.
He and his administration want to cut their own taxes. Because let's not forget, I think a lot of times, obviously, when people talk about these tax breaks for the wealthy, they talk about Republicans are trying to take care of their donors. They're trying to take care of the wealthy elite. But listen closely, folks. They also get these tax cuts. Donald Trump doesn't want these tax cuts to help out his donors. He doesn't give a damn about them. He wants these tax cuts because he saves money. He gets the tax cuts. Most of the members of Congress, the House and Senate, by the way, on both sides, get these same tax cuts. So that's the main driver of this. It's not just to take care of their donors. I think that's a small piece of it. The main thing is because they get the tax cuts. And they're willing to take money away from poor people in this country to pay for them. In case I need to hammer that point home a little bit more, here it is. They want to cut health care for low-income Americans. They want to take food stamps, SNAP benefits, away from low-income families. Millions of children in this country already suffer from food insecurity, meaning they do not know when their next meal will be. They do not eat every day.
Damn right.
This is not a country that has these people out there taking advantage of Medicaid or taking advantage of food stamps. Could you find the odd case to say, oh, this person did? Sure you could. You can find the odd case to prove anything. There's always outliers, but that does not mean that a majority or even a significant number of people commit this kind of fraud. But Republicans have sold the country on the narrative that they are committing fraud, right? How many times do we hear about the person on SNAP benefits and, oh, they're buying candies and chocolate. Oh, look, they've bought lobster and steak.
Who cares what kind of food they're buying? Like, what is it? If you're poor, you're not allowed to enjoy tasty treats? Give me a freaking break.
Yeah, it's like, and as someone who lived on EBT, because I had an EBT card when I was in my first couple years of living out independently. I bought everything on that food stamp. Like I bought my groceries, but I also bought some little things to snack on because I needed to save the money I had for a lot of the non-food items that I needed.
Exactly. Like,
nobody questioned me. Nobody asked me
people
anything
on what they eat. Like,
right. Let's not police people. Let's not label people on how they use their benefits. It's their benefits. They use it the way, and like I use my benefits responsibly. But like, who is anyone to judge you or me or anyone else with a disability or otherwise on how we use our benefits when we have them?
if somebody wants to have a lobster dinner or a steak dinner, let them.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you want to go to and here's the other thing, if you go to local Papa Murphy's, they accept EBT. They accept SNAP. They accept food stamps.
EBTs at like farmers markets and stuff.
Exactly. You can use them probably at, I don't know if you can use them at places like CVS and Walgreens, but there are small businesses, essential businesses. Every essential business uses one way or the other EBT, SNAP, any other kind of food, like any other card like that. So if anyone tells you that they don't, bullshit.
Nope.
Yeah, one person does one thing one time, and then everybody else who's obeying the rules suffers for it. But Republicans don't care about that either. They don't care about waste and fraud. They don't actually give a damn about those things. What they do care about is putting more money in their own pockets. And if they have to take it out of the mouths of needy children, then by God, they're telling us right now, they're going to do it. Thanks for watching, everybody. And if you're...
I mean, he's right. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, he's got a point. I mean, he's got more than a point. I mean, that's what they're gonna do in 6 months. I say 6 months, but you never know. You never know.
They've been like talking a whole lot since
they
election
talk
day.
a whole lot. They talk. Yeah, they've been talking the talk, but let's see if they actually walk the walk. Because guess what?
What I mean was,
these guys.
what I meant was, like, right before and especially after election day, they, like, Republicans started coming out and admitting, like, actually coming out and admitting that they want to cut these programs, that they think that they
And the sad truth is, they now have control of the presidency. They have control of the House. They have control of Congress. There's a 99.99999% chance that's going to happen this time than last time, when they barely had control.
Trump tried to do it last time.
Yeah, I think
this isn't new.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't last time Democrats still had control of the Senate and the Republicans were in control? Like, I mean, it's been
I'm not sure.
It's a long time, so I don't know. But now this time, like, I think they might have had control both times. This was before the 2018 midterms. But like, because they now have control of everything, 99.999% chance again it gets cut. 95.555% chance whoever the Democrats are still in power are going to put a stop to this and say, no, President Trump, no, Speaker Johnson, no, Leader McCarthy, or whoever's the House leader for the majority leader for who's in the Republicans now that runs the House of Congress. No, you're not going to cut these programs.
Well, they have
these programs are one, they're historical, but also, like, people, like as Farron said, people need these, like needy children are going to have to go without a meal for a day or two or three, and you're not going to do that. I hope now that this is a wake up call. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again.
You're good.
But this is a wake up call for fucking the Democrats to be like, you know what? We didn't really take him seriously last time, but this time we're gonna do it.
Well, there is a slim majority in the House.
Right.
So if they could, if this comes up in the House, they just need to, Democrats would just need to get a few Republicans on their side to potentially stop it. And here's the thing that I keep thinking about. This would be the dumbest move ever for Republicans to attack and cut these programs. Why? Because a lot of the voters that voted for them, a lot of them are boomers. A lot of them are seniors. Yeah. And if you go after their benefits that they have paid into and are, they are crap. I can't think of the word, but entitlements.
Yeah, entitlements. Yeah.
Entitlements that they have paid into.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna take I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Can we take maybe like a 5, 10, 15, 20-minute intermission so I can go to the restroom and then get a drink of water, get something to drink. So can we? Do you have like a screen that you can say "be right back" or something?
Right. Intermission. We'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Ugh.
right, y'all, we are back. Thank you for your patience. In waiting for us. I think we both grabbed snacks.
I mean, I had to, I mean, the bath, I mean, I just had to stop. I mean, I feel a lot better
I'm glad.
that I used the restroom and got something to drink.
Yes.
I just, I grabbed a bag of chocolates and, well, sort of bag of chocolates. I think I'm going to have another one until it's just this peanut butter and I don't know if I could show it on the screen, but it's peanut butter and chocolate for some reason. I don't know. I haven't had chocolate in so long. So if any of the people who watch the show they're going to hear me chewing.
It's all good.
Apologies.
I was thinking next, I could read this article from Common Dreams, so you can enjoy your chocolate while I read the article. Sound good?
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome.
Okay. So
I do have to ask, and before we do that,
sure.
Atticus in chat says any word on avoiding a shutdown. As far as I know, that has been avoided.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they came to a compromise.
Okay.
They being Biden and the stuck-up Republicans.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, so this is from Common Dreams. I get their like daily emails. So I subscribe to a couple of like leftist news sources.
Me too. You'd be surprised at stuff I subscribe to.
Yeah.
I got to go back and like look and see like if this source is actually something useful now than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
I
was a big Jacobin freak. Oh, freak! No, I was a big Jacobin fan for so long, and then one thing led to another, and I have some disagreement with some of the people who work there, and I let my subscription lapse.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I read. So I have like I got a free subscription for In These Times through being a DSA member. It was like an offer that they had to get like a year free, and I read them a lot. Both, so I get like the print magazine as well as I also read like what they post on the website. I read Common Dreams a lot. Don't use Intercept as much anymore.
Same.
And I still occasionally will like check out Jacobin. We should we should
person out.
Yeah, we should share like our
What our tastes are
yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, I used to read Jacobin. I had a subscription for I think 2 years, and then I let that expire because of one particular person who works there who I've had some very serious disagreements with, and we're no longer, whatever you want to call it, friends or parasocial, whatever community. Like, we don't really talk much because of obviously the TYT nonsense. It's like I read a lot of the books from those people. I read. I'm kind of new to the Common Dreams. Like I said, I don't read a lot of Intercept myself. I mean, occasionally I'll look at something, like if I want something from a foreign policy perspective, if I'm feeling it, I will read Dropsite News occasionally.
Dropsite is pretty good. I
Yeah,
also read The Lever.
yeah,
Um,
David Strada.
mhm. Mhm. I mean,
Um,
the drop site news is pretty decent in my
yeah, I mean,
opinion.
if it's, I'm not gonna say I agree with everything Ryan Grimm does when you look on social media, but um, for what it's worth, he built something up new from the ground.
Mhm.
I don't know if there's a documentary that Jeremy Scahill. See, this is just the news junkie in me talking. Um,
I'm a news
yeah,
junkie too.
well, because I've been one since I was 13 years old. Like
Mhm.
when I wanted to be in journalism, and I do some blogging on Substack, not full time, but just on the side. So I do have to read stuff like that in order to kind of find some inspiration. And so this is one of those. This right here that you're showing with Common Dreams. I mean, that's just also something that I need to start looking at more.
Yeah,
I'm trying
Common
to think.
Dreams is pretty good, I think.
Yeah, and it's like and like even also in like the leftist sphere of online media, like I said, I watch a lot of Brian Tyler Cohen. I watch
Mhm.
Vanguard. I watch Midas Touch if I want a legal perspective. Mainly because I love Adam Mockler. If you don't know who
Mhm.
this, he's Gen Z. He's really good. Um, Luke Beasley because he's a good interviewer. Letterhack, obviously, Dan from the Internet, Farron, Pastor Ben Dixon, Mayor Mondale Robinson.
Mhm.
Now, no longer, as we record this and stream this, is now as many people have known, is no longer with TYT.
Yep.
Um,
I saw the video where he literally quit on the air with Ben Dixon. So,
exactly, yeah. Bonnie Carollo, Letterhack,
mhm.
Humanist Report, Rational National, all the good leftist people who have
Yeah, after we
especially
yeah,
read.
after we finish this article, I have a video from the Humanist Report and Kyle Klinsky from Secular
Mhm,
Talk that
mhm.
also covered, you know, cuts to potential cuts to
Yeah, to
social safety
Social
nets.
Security, Medicare,
And
Medicaid,
quite
and
frankly, I'm glad to see not then I'm like trying to burn anyone or anything, but like
yeah,
to I think I said this in our interview in October that
hmm
it's disappointing that the left doesn't really talk about
yeah,
disability or talk about
Medicare,
social safety net
certain
programs a
that
lot, and it's been really interesting the
it's been
last couple
frustrating.
weeks
Yeah,
because they're finally starting to talk about
yeah,
these
they're talking
things.
about it because now we know who's going to be, and obviously because of the as I say, the pendulum is swinging the other way around in the far conservative direction. Now they're noticing that these programs are going to be affected. These social safety nets,
Mm-hmm.
these as I say, these SNAP benefits and food stamps, Medicare, Medicaid for elderly and people with like everyone. And now that it's going to be affected, now they're talking about it. And
Mm-hmm.
when Biden was in power for 4 years, not a lot of these people talked about it. Let's just be honest. Let's be real. None of them,
Mm-hmm.
none a lot of these people really talked about it on their shows. Not a lot of people were writing stuff like this. There
Mm-hmm.
weren't a lot of articles. Maybe there was maybe a couple articles here or there critical, but now that the Orange Menace and his new cronies are coming back into power, now it's starting to wake them up. Like,
Right.
oh, this is for real.
And I think a lot of like even like leftist channels that we both watch
Because
um
we
like
both watch the same. Everyone that I know watches one way or the other the same leftist channels.
yeah,
All
and I think it bothers me that leftists don't talk about disability, that they don't talk about these kinds of issues more, because I'm sure a good portion of their audience
Is disabled.
is
Yeah.
disabled.
Yes. Like
So
99.9999999% of their own audience on the left are minorities, elderly, people of color, trans people, women, cis and non-binary, and people with disabilities. So
Yep.
the fact that they are now just waking up to this issue when they should have woken up to it before Biden came in and when Trump was in power the first time is really, I mean, it's great that they're doing it again, but it is kind of bothersome because they should have been doing this from day one.
Yep.
They shouldn't have stopped when Trump was in power, when he got out of power the first time and Biden took over. Because once Biden took over, nothing ever came out of the 4 years.
Right.
That's what they call going back to normalcy. Once everything
Right.
went back to normal for 4 years, then there was no need to talk about it.
And there was no threat, like
Yeah.
major threat to these programs during Biden. If anything, the most recent like head of SSA was actually fairly decent in some of the things that he did. It's unfortunate that he is leaving, but yeah. Let me read this article, because this is from today. So yeah, let's go. It says call for 2.5 trillion in cuts proves GOP wants to, quote, steal our benefits. Nearly 60% of mandatory spending is for Medicare and Social Security, noted one expert. If they don't touch those, they'd have to cut Medicaid to the bone. Which I think we both know that they are fully intending to make
they're fully
cuts.
intending to make Medicare slashing cuts on day one. Like literally after the inauguration, after the festivities, after all the inaugural balls and everything that happens, probably on day one before that just happens, Trump is literally going to sign a bill that's going to be put on his old desk, allowing for the slashing of all these Medicare benefits.
And the other article I had pulled up literally says Trump's nomination of Project 2025 architect means Social Security, Medicare are at risk. And this is from
and that's the other thing.
Late November.
That's the other thing. Project 2025, unfortunately, now that he's back in power, sorry, I'm eating a Slim Jim.
You're good.
It's gonna happen, unfortunately.
And
I hate to say it. I hate to admit it. Sadly, everything that we feared would hope that wouldn't happen 5, 6, 7 months ago is now going to happen. And sorry, somebody.
And for anyone from MAGA that might be watching this, because I do occasionally have
these MAGA
folks.
bots, these MAGA chuds are probably going to watch this and they're going to flip out on us.
But it's like Trump spent like his entire campaign denying that they had any connection to Project 2025, which is bullshit.
You
knew it was bullshit.
You're a liar. You're a liar. He's a liar.
And as soon as he gets elected, this is one of the
things that's going to be put on the Resolute desk.
Exactly.
Or whatever, his Oval Office desk.
Like, this just proves to me that he absolutely had connections with Project 2025 the entire time, considering that he made one of the architects of Project 2025 um, you know, uh, uh, you know, put in charge of making decisions regarding these programs. But let's
Right.
go back to this one. This is from today.
Hmm.
Um, with a president with a potential government shutdown just hours away, House Republican leaders displayed a slide during a closed door GOP conference meeting on Friday showing a draft agreement proposing $2.5 trillion
Oh
in net
God.
mandatory spending cuts in exchange for raising the US debt ceiling by 1.5 trillion at some point next year. And before I continue to read this,
And this is the
we
GOP asking
yes,
for the cut. So
and
that's why I'm shaking my head because I'm like, there. This is what we were talking about earlier about them getting richer and the poor now getting poorer. The GOP, whoever's in power, and they have power of the House, they have power of the Senate, they have power of the presidency.
mhm,
The next 4 years, unless the Democratic Party, some progressive faction of it, steps up to the plate and says, like, fights back.
mhm,
This is what the result's going to be.
and millions and millions of Americans across the country will suffer
Exactly.
needlessly as a
And
result.
as we talk about this, another McRib ad is playing.
Of
So
course.
of
Um
course, this
um
just gets us through our the stream. Every
yes.
time an ad plays and we start getting like wound up and ranting, our ad just suddenly pops up, and it's just like, okay,
Yeah.
we're
And
watching
I want
ad
to
free
point
or like looking at us going like, what are they talking about?
yeah.
Oh,
And I want to point out that 72 million Americans are on Social Security and Medicare.
yep, yep,
So it's a huge portion of the population that relies upon these programs to exist, to survive.
yep.
So I'm going to continue. The slide was seen as further confirmation that Republicans are seriously eyeing cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and federal nutrition assistance programs that fall under the mandatory spending category. Oh, I forgot. I was going to say we had no problems passing a nearly $1 trillion defense spending budget, but yet we don't have money supposedly for these programs to actually help Americans on the ground instead of, defense contractors. Anyways, now, though by law, Social Security cannot be cut in the reconciliation process that Republicans are planning to use to bypass the Senate filibuster and Democratic opposition in the upcoming Congress, other key programs, including Medicare and Medicaid, could be vulnerable to the GOP's proposed austerity spree. The only way, quote, the only way to cut 2.5 trillion in spending is by slashing Social Security, Medicare, and or Medicaid, the progressive advocacy group Social Security Works, or SSW, wrote on social media in response to the slide. Republicans want to steal our benefits to pay for their billionaire tax cuts. Ooh, now we have a
A
tweet,
tweet.
and it's a photo of what looks to be like a slide. It says draft agreement. House Republicans agree to raise the debt limit by 1.5 trillion in the first reconciliation package, with an agreement that we will cut 2.5 trillion in net mandatory spending in the reconciliation process. Bharat Ramarati, sorry, I kind of butchered that name,
I butcher the names all the time.
Former Deputy Director of the White House National Economic Council wrote that the slide is, quote, a Republican commitment to cut Medicare, Social Security, or veterans benefits, all to make way for new tax cuts for the rich. Come here. There's no way to make this math work otherwise, he added. Their promise is to cut $2.5 trillion in mandatory spending. Nearly 60% of mandatory spending is for Medicare and Social Security. If they don't touch those, they'd have to cut Medicare to the bone. Senator Elizabeth Warren, Democrat from Massachusetts, warned that the draft agreement means Republicans are plotting to cut health care for seniors and veterans to grease the wheels for tax cuts for giant corporations and billionaires like Elon Musk. Because, of course, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, the leaders of Doge, they're doing this to enrich themselves. So
they're basically trying to they're trying to fill their own pocketbooks. Basically, that's what they're doing.
So is any Republican that supports this.
Yeah, any Republican that sucks up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to basically just be lining with their pocketbooks with billions of dollars in cash.
Right.
I kid not. Maybe not cash, but it'll be a big fat paycheck.
Yep, in one way or another.
Yeah.
For weeks, Republicans have been discussing potential cuts and sweeping changes to Medicaid and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, including the addition of new work requirements to help pay for a fresh round of tax cuts that would largely benefit the richest Americans and large corporations. So it seems like they're looking to add work requirements in order to receive these benefits. That's how I interpreted that.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous because, like, I've seen a lot more seniors in working over the last several years. A lot more seniors are working in retail or, at a fast food restaurant or at the grocery store or wherever. Not because I'm sure, some of them might enjoy it, but I think the majority of them are not doing it just for funsies. They're doing it because
they have to survive.
Yeah,
they have to survive. They have to put fucking food on the table.
And
they have to pay their rent. They have to pay their bills. They have to pay their hospital bills. They have to pay their medication because not a lot of those people. I'm stuttering. Sorry. Not a lot of those folks have Medicaid or Medicare either.
Right. And
it's just like even if they do, it's not going to cover the cost of any medications they have.
Right.
No matter how many it is. How many it is.
And these are the same people that want to raise the retirement age.
They want to raise it to they want to raise it to more than 65.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, historically, the retirement age has always been 65 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I'm
wrong on that,
pretty sure you're right.
And they want to raise it to probably 70 or even 75, 70. Like they're willing to raise the retirement age.
Like I think that like millennials and Gen Z are gonna have it the hardest when it comes to ever being able to retire. Like
yeah, like to be fair, like as a millennial, I'm like I've already had to witness my generation in their 20s struggle through college, and some of them are like now graduated college, but like it's like my sister has a son and a husband's like you're able to pay like how like in the beginning it was like how are millennials going to be able to pay for the home that they own, because it's going to be harder for them to buy a home.
A lot of us don't have homes.
Exactly. because the fact is the fucking mortgage crisis, that the 2008 recession went out of control and the banks took everything and acted like a slush fund.
Mm-hmm.
and fucking the market dried up. And when the movement, when the Occupy movement happened, where billions of people in the millennial class actually tried to get something done and hold Wall Street accountable, they fucking got shafted. They
Right.
fucking got the movement shut down.
And
So, and because of that, like a decade later, like if I may finish my thought,
sure.
and a decade later, the problems are still not good.
Right.
The problems are like fucking terrible.
And I think it's, if they add like work requirements, like for people,
And it's like, look with people with disabilities. Like again, like 3 years after the Occupy movement happened, 3 years after I graduated high school, I went and tried to have a job. And I don't know what it is for. I think this is like for everybody. Like I don't know if you know what Ticket to Work is.
Mm-hmm.
Ticket to Work is it's an organization. It's like a program set up by Social Security of America.
It's a joke.
Where they allow, yeah, exactly. And it's like they allow people to supposedly work while still keeping their benefits, but
for 9 months before they start
exactly
cutting.
for 9 months, and then after 9 months, if you work so many hours, like for example, like I worked in fucking food service, and I was making so much money in tips, I was getting a paycheck. Because of that, I got my benefits cut.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fucked up. They give you 9 months to have a job, to make some money, and if you make a lot of money, more than they offer, sorry, there's a siren outside, then your benefits get fucking cut. So yeah, it's a fucking joke.
And
even the Social Security system, even the people, even the benefit system, even the Social Security system, even the government system that's been in place since FDR, Harry Truman, LBJ, probably even longer than that,
mm-hmm.
is the government systems that they put in power have been corrupted.
Yep.
In the 50 plus years since they were unveiled.
Mm-hmm. It's been like
the
80
stuff that
years.
the New Deal presented, the stuff that the Great Society put us through, has been taken apart by the Republican Party in this era.
Yep. And if they require like new work requirements, like some people are on these services because they can't work.
Right.
So,
and that's the thing. We have friends. Yeah, exactly.
It's barbaric to add more work requirements when, like,
yes.
a lot of people can't work. That's why they receive the benefits.
They lost the ability to work because of health. A lot of reasons because of health reasons.
Right.
And it's like we have friends who that do what we do for a living because they have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
They have to do it to live, to survive. Again, to put food on the table, to pay rent, to pay fucking their hospital bills, their medications. I mean, I'm rambling again. I'm starting to sound like a repeater. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
But it's just, I'm just telling the truth here. We're just telling the truth here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like...
Yeah. Hey, Looney. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Looney Tunes?
I
saw you there. I didn't mean to not acknowledge you. I was going on a rant, so...
Yeah, let's continue. Republicans working with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, the billionaire co-chairs of the soon-to-be created Department of Government Efficiency. Like, way to have two unelected billionaires.
Two unelected billionaires who have no prior experience, little to no prior experience in politics, and they just create these departments that did not exist before.
Yeah.
Like in the first Trump term.
Have also signaled that Social Security and Medicare cuts are on the table even after President-elect Donald Trump campaigned on protecting the programs, which again, he lied. You know why he lied? Because he wanted to get people's votes, especially I'm thinking of boomers, retired people that have these benefits and require these benefits to survive. He lied to them. He lied to, anyone under the age of 65 who may have a disability and voted for him. He lied to them to get your votes. And then of course he was going to immediately turn around and do this because he tried to do it 4 years ago.
Oh
This
yeah.
is not new. It's just he's got a little extra help this time.
Yeah, that he didn't have back in 2017.
Right?
He has a lot more resources in 20. He had a lot more and will have a lot more resources in 2024, 2025 that he didn't have in the first term in 2017, 2018. So the difference between this Trump term and the last one is that it's like 2.0. It's like Trump on caffeine, so to speak.
Republicans have
and not in a good way.
Yeah. Republicans have made their plan for a new year crystal clear. Ram through massive tax giveaways for the ultra wealthy and corporations and pay for them by shaking down programs and agencies that working families rely on. Groundwork Collaborative Executive Director Lindsay Owens wrote in a Rolling Stone op-ed on Friday. And they're putting unelected and unaccountable oligarchs, Musk and Ramaswamy, in charge of deciding how much pain Americans will have to tolerate so that the rich can get richer.
Yeah,
So,
again, two people who have little to no experience in political affairs are running in positions of power in what you'd call probably offices that were never even created before or since, and now they're being in charge of basically screwing us over for our money and our benefits
and let's
that we
remind
deserve,
people
that we earned, that we have, and they're just going to take it from us one way or another from their department.
And let's remind people that these are entitlement programs.
Oh yeah. Yes.
These are not just, luxury programs that, like.
It's ironic. Here's ironic. Like, I'm not saying these fellas grew up with entitlement and now they want to take away the entitlement of other people. Doesn't the irony sort of burn here is the question I would ask.
Yeah.
If anyone comes in the chat and hears me, answer me that question. Doesn't the irony burn here with these two knuckleheads who have little to no experience in political affairs, like I say, and they're just going to run these departments like slush funds to make themselves richer? I mean, as if Elon Musk is not rich enough already. I mean, why? I mean, he bought Twitter because he thought it could help him with his business empire, and then he realized it's not going to work out that way. Except now he's taking away all the rules and regulations of Twitter, and now the fucking site is a bunch of I hope I probably can't say it in full because of terms of service here, but it's all the bad problematic people that were banned from the platform have now been brought back into it since he took it over.
Oh, it's an absolute cesspool now.
Yeah.
And
it's that's why I barely even use it except when I do promotional stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm trying to transition over to Blue Sky, but it's
just a long haul for us, It's we have a friend group there, and it's we're trying to edge our way out of that so Blue Sky would have the same resources to have those friend groups there. Hopefully that'll happen. You never know when and where. They already have DMs there, so that's also cool.
Yeah. Um, um, yeah. Do you mind hanging out with
Watching the
me a little
Humus
bit
Report?
longer?
Yeah. What's
Um,
that?
do you mind
Yeah,
hanging
I
out a
can.
little longer? Maybe reacting
Yeah,
to another video?
yeah. Let's do it. Let's just react to some content for the rest of the time.
Awesome. Okay. So let's move on to this Humus Report video.
So it's no secret that the Republican Party is waging a war on the poor with their...
Shit, I forgot to mention that this is from 6 years ago, so this is like
Oh,
OG Mike.
oh yeah. This is Mike when he. I think this was Mike when he when the beard started to grow. I think yeah, this was before, because if you watch his video from like the first video from 2015, he has no beard. He looks like right out of, like, I think he was out of college by that point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So I wanted to share this video.
You should clip this, but you know what you should do? You should clip this part of the stream and I can send it to Mike and then like see what he says.
That would be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
somebody
put a reminder.
Yeah.
Somebody clip the video, clip this part of the stream, and and send it. Like, many people probably could find me on social media. Like, send it to me on Twitter in a DM or something, or on Blue Sky, or in Discord as a DM, and I can probably send it to Mike and be like, "Is this when the beard started to grow?"
Well, the reason why I wanted to share this old video is because I wanted to show you guys that Trump tried to do this before.
Right.
This is not a new thing. He tried this before. So let's take a look. Let's hear from 2018 Mike.
Tax reform bill, they are taking money away from the poor and away from people who make less than $75,000 per year, and they're using that money to pay for tax cuts for the rich. That's what they're doing. But if you thought that was bad enough, well, they're going to be...
I don't know if it's his mic or what, but I swear his voice is deeper now.
Yeah, well, yeah, because he definitely has a different mic than he did in 2018.
Yeah.
Doing more to fuck over the poor and middle class in 2018.
If you watch the show back from this period on to 2018, you could tell it's a lot different.
Yeah.
Because according to Politico, the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress are hoping to make the most sweeping changes to federal safety net programs in a generation, using legislation and executive orders to target recipients of food stamps, Medicaid, and housing benefits. The White House is quietly preparing a sweeping executive order that would mandate a top-to-bottom review of the federal programs on which millions of poor Americans rely, and GOP lawmakers are in the early stages of crafting legislation that could make it more difficult to qualify for those programs. In the meantime, the Trump administration has already begun making policy shifts that could have major ramifications. Federal health officials are encouraging states to impose work requirements on able-bodied adults on Medicaid, a major philosophical shift that would treat the program...
So it's basically they are trying the same tactics as they tried before.
Yeah.
And
they're playing the same game show that they did in 2018.
And the thing that really caught my attention in this little part of what he's looking at, how are they going to determine who is able-bodied and who isn't?
Yeah.
Like, what qualifies as able-bodied? Like, how are they going to determine that? I mean, a lot of these programs are already pretty invasive. They ask a lot of very, very personal questions, and you have to like prove that you are indeed poor and have no valuable belongings. Like, you're only like under Social Security for example, you're only allowed to have one car, and you're only allowed to have up to $2,000 in your bank account.
Hmm.
And although I think they were talking about changing that, but um they really, really like screen you.
Yeah,
And I don't know about other states, but I know in my state, you really have to be dirt poor to
you have to
receive
be like living. Yeah, you have to be at the bottom of the barrel
to
in order.
receive
Yeah,
to receive Medicaid. Um, so like
I'm eating a candy cane, by the way. So if you
yum. Um,
just had to mention that.
yes. So like in my state, you have to be like pretty much like bougie, like a bougie homeless person to
Yeah,
qualify for
you have to be
Medicaid.
You probably I think it's the same thing here. You have to be really mega bougie. You have to
Yeah.
be like really, like I say, you have to be dirt poor, bottom
Mm-hmm.
of the barrel, scraping by
Yep.
in order to qualify. And like our governor is a Republican piece of shit. I'm just gonna say it, and because he is, and so
Which state are you in?
Missouri,
Oh, ooh.
yeah, yeah, as red as
Ooh.
of the red and fucking voted Republican as far as I've been voting, which has been 14 years, almost 15.
Um, and like it at least then it was mostly humans making the decisions. Now, at least in my state, um, when I applied for benefits earlier this year, uh, so you literally interviewed with a a human social worker, and
Mhm.
then they take that information and they put it into their computers, and ultimately AI is what determines that if you're eligible or not.
Yeah, the
And
robot is basically telling you whether or not you're eligible. That's really charitable.
yes, yes. And like I
How
made
charitable is that? That someone who's been proven to be disabled has to be proven, unfortunately,
and not only do you
by
have
the
to
robot.
right, and not only do you have to prove that you're disabled, you have to prove that you're pretty severely disabled, like to the point of like, can you dress yourself? Can you bathe yourself? If you answer yes to any of those questions like that, then you probably won't get it.
Yeah, because
And
that's what
I
happened to me.
yeah.
That's what happened to me 10 years ago when I tried to get some housing assistance with cooking and cleaning.
Mhm. That's what I was trying to get. And
They asked me those same questions and then was told I didn't qualify. And it took me 5 years to actually find someone. And when I did, I couldn't have been happier. And he's like become actually one of my closest friends in real life.
oh, that's awesome.
So
Yeah,
just
I worked as a caregiver in my 20s, and one of my clients, uh I'm still friends with them to this day. So um just one of my clients, but yeah. But I was going to say that like the other thing that disqualified me is that I was making too much money
yeah,
through Social
that's what
Security.
that's what happened with me with working under Ticket to Work. Was I was making too I mean it was the kind of the polar opposite. I was making too much money in payment that made me cut that got
Yeah.
my benefit cut. And when I stopped working, because I was only at that job for 5 months, is when my benefits started back up.
Well, like I'm fighting Social Security on a $45,000 overpayment right now. that at this point in my life, if I am forced to continue to make payments on, it's going to take another 21 years for me to pay it off.
Yeah.
So I'm
Again,
finding,
that's just how the joke the system is for people with disabilities. Even the programs that are supposed to help us are a complete joke.
well, I mean, I saw,
I mean, in some way.
yeah,
shape, or
I
form.
saw a figure the other day that between 2017 and 2021, Social Security paid out like $450 billion in overpayments.
Wow.
And I'm telling you right now, 99.999% of the time, it's not a mistake. It's a mistake made by Social Security. It's not, the person
Yeah.
receiving the benefits is not to blame. And
Right.
and like they can overpay you and then turn around a couple months later and be like, "Hey, you know that money we gave you? Well, we
We
want
need
it back."
Yeah.
And I have
It's
yet
basically giving you a loan. It's like giving you a loan
right.
and then saying we want that loan back.
And
We
when
want the
it's
money that we loaned you or we gave. It's like or no, maybe not a loan, maybe a loan, but also like you get
a
a
loan
grant.
that you didn't know you were entering into
Yeah.
until after you'd been given the money.
If they gave you the money, it's just like, yeah, we want that money. Like you said, we want that money back.
Yeah, and like I'm telling you right now, I have yet to come across anyone that has a overpayment as large as mine is.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the overpayments I've heard about are like 20, like a couple grand to maybe 13 grand. I heard one that was like 20 grand. And
It's just disgraceful.
well, and it's like this problem originally came up in like my mid to late 20s. So at this rate, by the time it gets paid off, I will be in my early 60s and I will have spent most of my adult life dealing with this
Paying off this,
overpayment.
paying off this overpayment if you even survive.
Right. So, yeah, it's a huge headache. And when like I said, when I applied for Medicaid and other assistance services earlier this year, there were two programs that I could apply for. The first one, I made too much money through SSDI benefits, which I was only getting like $15.80 a month before they recently cut it by like $180 a month.
Right.
And the other program, I was too able-bodied for it. Simply
Yeah.
because I took a shower in the last 5 days and didn't require assistance. And
God.
so it's like, and I told the lady at the time, I'm like, yeah, I took a
They're
shower.
also very just picky and choosy with
Yeah.
certain people.
And I was like,
That's the other thing that we should point out.
yeah. And I told her, I was like, yeah, I took a shower in the last 5 days on my own. Number one, because I don't have help. And number two, that doesn't guarantee that I won't need help taking a shower in the next 5 days. So,
Right.
like, they go based off of what you were able to do in the prior 5 days to the interview, which is ridiculous because for someone with conditions like mine, I have good days and I have really, really shitty days.
Right.
So, like, it just didn't make any sense. And, you know, when I tried to, like, rebut it after I was turned down,
They attacked you, basically.
yes.
Not physically attacked you, but they basically attacked you through mail.
Well,
They
she
attacked
basically,
you through.
yeah, she told me, well, you can apply again in 30 days. And I'm like, Okay, but what am I supposed to do for the next 30 days? Like,
Right. Exactly.
so, anyways, sorry for the
For the
tangent,
monologue. No, it's
but,
all right.
let's get back to this.
as welfare rather than health insurance. The Agriculture Department said last week that it would soon give states greater control over the food stamp program, potentially opening the door to drug testing or stricter work requirements on recipients of the $70 billion program long targeted by fiscal conservatives. The president is expected to sign the welfare executive order as
They're only fiscally conservative when it comes to programs like this. When it comes to sending nearly $1 trillion to the Pentagon for military budget, I have no problem with that.
soon as January, according
it's because it's for the military. That's why
Yeah.
they pick and choose who they're going to send it for.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's for the military, then it's for a good cause. If it's for somebody with a disability or disabilities,
Or helping Americans in any way. Like,
Yeah.
we have a homelessness issue. We have veterans that need help that aren't
Yep.
getting it. Like, there's a lot of issues that we could be dealing with here in America instead of, like, enriching the military
we have a-
industrial complex.
exactly. When I was
It's a
thinking
multiple
of right just then, we have a lot of money, a lot of finances, a lot of resources, a lot of things that we have that could help the minority groups in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of that, we're spending it on useless wars where we're fighting an unknown enemy. We are putting men and women or any gender who decide to serve in the military in harm's way, where they're coming back, even to this day, in body bags.
Mm-hmm.
And some people who come alive, they come back from the wars alive. They are coming back with no limbs, missing limbs, PTSD, mental health, depression, and the VA can only do so much. Oh my God, another McRib ad. The VA can do so much that it could that it can
Mm-hmm.
to provide for those people.
But I mean, the thing that gets me is they're talking about cutting 2.5 trillion from entitlement programs,
Right.
but there's no talk about cutting the military budget. Like, do we
Yeah.
really, like, we spend more than like the next, what, like 6 or 7 countries combined spend
Yeah,
on their military.
Yeah, we've basically become everyone's country's global police people.
Exactly.
At least in the 20 year, at least in the 25 years that I've been alive, and my generation has seen war, terrorism, famine. Maybe not famine, but like hostility towards
There's famine
minority
going on in Gaza. Like,
yeah, Palestine. It's like everything that my millennial generation has seen since 2001 is now expanding 15 years longer than that, 25 years later with
mhm.
what's going on in Palestine, with what's going on in Gaza, with it's like every so often, every year, every decade, there's another war, there's another conflict, there's another fight in an international country.
We
It's always
have money for that.
Exactly, and yet it's always the good people. It's all like in our case, like the good people are the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel, and this is my honest opinion, like we need to boycott Israel, like 1000%.
I fully support the BDS movement
because we're being taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that does not mean I'm not saying that. Like I'm definitely 1000% not against anybody of Jewish faith, culture, heritage.
Of course not.
I'm talking about like the way Bibi Netanyahu is running the fucking state of Israel. I'm talking about the same way that Vladimir fucking Putin is running the state of Russia right now, and what's going to the people of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Not the government of Ukraine, which is being taken advantage of by, or the people are being taken advantage of the government of Ukraine. I'm talking about the people themselves. It's like I'm talking about the people of Palestine that are being taken advantage of by their own government.
Mm-hmm.
Even, I mean, just because we say we support Palestine doesn't mean that we have to support the Palestinian government, like the bad guys in the government. And we're talking about the people here, the men, women, and children of Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
Taken.
All right, let's we're full of tangents tonight. Let's go back to this.
Let's go back to Mike.
Yes.
And I'm starting to feel relaxed now that oh shit, hit my mic. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting into the way of being a streamer now as a guest.
Okay, good. I hope,
which is a good thing, because
yes, I hope you're comfortable and enjoying yourself.
Because it takes me a while. Because I tell you, Annie, I've been doing this for 4 years. If you watched my first video 4 years ago, I was really uptight. I was really nervous, and now I feel like I've grown since then. Seriously and honestly.
Well, I hope you're I hope you feel relaxed and that you're enjoying our time right now.
Yeah, this is great. This is awesome, like honestly.
All right.
Eye toward making changes to healthcare, food stamps, housing, and veterans programs, not just traditional welfare payments. To be sure, many of the changes are still in the talking stages, and it remains to be seen when and how they are actually implemented and at what political cost. And there remains
reminder that this is Mike from the Humanist Report. This is Mike from 2018.
Yeah, this is 2018, Mike. Yeah.
We're watching this because I wanted to remind everyone that Trump tried to do this in his first term and fortunately failed. However, he is more prepared to do this in 2025. Yep. So,
internal debate in the administration over how to balance.
We should mention.
Yeah.
Other priorities like an infrastructure bill. So this is what the party does when they get elected. They were out of power. They then won in 2016. And what did they try to do immediately? They try to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which would strip millions of Americans off of their current health insurance plan. Then they pass a tax reform plan that takes money from the poor to give to the rich. And after that, they are targeting social safety net programs that the poor rely on. So they're going to exacerbate the already prevalent problem that is poverty. So all they're doing is attacking the poor. They are shameless. They don't give a fuck about the poor.
Yep.
I mean, they're not doing anything for normal Americans. What have they done? They've done nothing. All that they are doing is attacking the poor. And of course, what they're going to do, since they're cutting spending to social safety net programs, they're going to use that money to give private companies who probably donated to their campaigns private government contracts. So it's another form of theft. They're robbing from the poor to make the rich richer. And over time, Republicans have already been chipping away at social safety net programs. Look at unemployment, for example. Before, a lot of citizens could stay on the program for up to 2 years. Now, 6 months and you're off. You can't find a job? Too bad. When it comes to the children's health insurance program, they let it expire. Don't want to renew it, don't want to negotiate it. Democrats have said, hey, let's talk, let's renew this. But Republicans won't come to the table and renew CHIP, health insurance for children. They don't just not care about the poor, they actually hold the poor in contempt. And someone like Donald Trump, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, born into wealth.
Gold-plated silver
He's
spoon.
attacking people who are vulnerable, who are struggling to make ends meet because of greedy corporate pigs and oligarchs like himself. And he's never, ever going to experience adversity a single day in his life. He's never going to know what it's like to worry about putting food on the table for his children. Yet, he is doing everything he can to make sure that the lives of the poor get worse. It's nauseating. So if you ever had any doubts about where the party stands, this is where they stand. They hate the poor. So if you're an evangelical Christian that votes Republican, ask yourself this: are they really following the message of any religious figure? Are they following Jesus' message? I don't think so. And if you still are duped into voting for Republicans because they purport to be against abortion, well then, congratulations on being pro-life, dumbass, because you just voted for a party that wants to start wars with every single country in existence. So I don't know what else to say about this party. They take the words out of my mouth with their actions. They're brazenly trying to fuck us over, and they don't care how it looks. They're not even going to try to pursue something that would benefit the American people. They were initially definitely going to tackle infrastructure, but now they're thinking, maybe I actually want to cut the social safety net for the poor instead. Anything to take more money away from us and put more money in their pockets. This is a despicable party.
Nope. And
support this podcast by becoming a patron at Patreon.
And they're doing the exact same thing now. Now
Yeah.
let's take a look at this video from Secular Talk. This is a recent video.
Oh, so we're talking.
All right, guys. So,
Oh wait,
one of the things we
yeah, this is from 2 days ago. Let's take a look.
we've been discussing ever since the killing of the United Healthcare CEO is
So this is kind of more in relation to the United Healthcare CEO assassination. Yes. But I think if I remember correctly, Kyle also kind of talks about some of the social safety net programs in this video as well. So let's take a look. Hi Matt. Good to see you.
the way that the health insurance system works in this country, right? So you have for-profit health insurance companies, and what they do is they charge you every month. They charge you as much as humanly possible. So on the front end, they price gouge you. And then on the back end, they try to weasel out of paying on your claim, right? So try to deny care on the back end as much as possible. This is just the nature of the way it works if it's a for-profit system, and it is. And they try to maximize profit for their shareholders. The best way to do that, charge a lot on the front end, try to deny as much on the back end. The other angle is, and you guys are all familiar with this too, you know, you have your copays and your premiums and your deductibles and all that stuff. And so if something happens, depending on what kind of plan you have, right? But even on the better plans, it's like there's still usually some amount you have to pay when something happens. They're like, okay, you pay the first $2,000, then we'll pick it up after that. It's like, bro, I'm paying you like 1,500 DZACs a month, every year. And then when something happens, you're like, oh, that's cool. Maybe we'll pay for it. We'll get back to you. But first, for sure, you're going to have to pay the first 2,000. Like, and you wonder why people view these middlemen as leech.
And they do this even for people on like Medicare Advantage plans when they know that you are on a fixed income.
Yeah.
So this doesn't just happen to people that like pay monthly premiums and have a more traditional health insurance plan. This also happens to people on Medicare. A prime example of this in my own life is when I try to get a new wheelchair over this year. After waiting months and months to like hear back whether they were going to cover it or not, they came back and said, "Yeah, we'll get you a new wheelchair, but you have to pay a $2,500 copay." And I'm like, how how am I supposed to come up with $2,500? Like,
They're expecting you to sell your soul, basically, to come up with that $25,000.
yeah, it's like, how am I supposed to like pull $2,500 out of my butt? Like, when I'm on a fixed income, how am I supposed to, like, do I have to crowdfund that too? Like, I mean,
It's like
I
you're gonna
already,
have to crowdfund everything in
yeah,
order just to survive.
and like, I don't like crowdfunding because I don't like asking people for help, especially when I know that like other people are struggling financially too.
Yeah.
So, but I feel like when I'm put into these situations where, you know, I have copays for every single chemo treatment, and I just reapplied for Medicaid, but I'm waiting for the application process to go through.
Yeah,
I
that's gonna
reapplied.
help.
Yeah, I reapplied because Social Security cut my benefits, and so now I might actually qualify for Medicaid because my benefits were cut.
Yeah.
So, like, but that doesn't help me right now while I
Right.
wait for them to decide, put it into the computer and decide. Like, I'm still even waiting for just like the initial like
You're
interview to
waiting for the
happen.
initial response to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. And
You're
and
waiting for them to like get back to you, and it's gonna be it's
just for
gonna
the
take
interview.
exactly, and it's also gonna take you ages because I've been through this myself similarly.
Mhm.
Maybe not like this, but sort of like this, where stuff like this happens and they say they're going to get back to you. It could be 2 whole months
Yep.
before you get even an interview.
And
And
that's
you're going to
just
have to
the
check, and you're going to have to keep checking email after email after email after email after text message after phone call. There's going to be a lot of, and the problem is you're going to have to run your fucking phone bill up because you're going to be making so many fucking phone calls to these companies that are basically, for a lack of to be blunt, sucking you dry out of your pocket.
right. And
And it's like, what the fuck's going on here, folks?
yeah, and it's
Isn't it
like,
weird? Isn't it weird though that these people, and like no names, but we can kind of feel who they are. People that are dragging folks like us under the bus
mhm.
are getting paid that are with that same socialist system. The fact that these people, politicians, people in government, people in the United Health Co people, they're getting that same socialist system, and I say socialist because it is.
Right. How
You could
like
disagree with me all you
Medicare
want, but
and
it is what it is.
Social Security are socialist.
Yes, they are total socialist because that's how they started out to be. But they're getting they're getting those same programs, but they're getting more of it, and they're getting it more easier than we do. They're getting easier access to than us. They're getting it it's more accessible to them because they work for a big corporation.
Yeah.
And yet
So
these
we're
people
talking about
and these
corporate
people hate
socialism.
social. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these people hate it's socialism for them.
Mhm.
It's class reductionism.
Right.
It's I get the socialism that I want, and you have to stand by and 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 just wait.
And it's socialism that they get by exploiting their workers' labor,
Yeah,
by not
and they're all
paying a
and
living
95 point.
wage.
Yeah,
And
and
go ahead.
I was gonna say, and also 99.9999% of the time, they're union busters. Speaking of labor,
Mhm.
no matter how much they say they are for unions, no matter how much they say they care about labor and their workers, They are 1000% union busters. Period. Plain and simple. Don't try to challenge me on it.
Exactly. And the thing is that they don't mind that they are literally robbing from the poor to get this corporate socialism.
Yeah.
They don't care. That's why I think Luigi Mangione and what happened recently, allegedly, is could be revolutionary in the sense, not that we certainly, I don't think either one of us condones violence. However, it's gotten people talking, and this is a moment in time that, especially as progressives, we absolutely need to be talking about this and making sure that these conversations continue.
Are had. Yeah, they're had and they continue and they keep having to continue. Because I tell you, Annie, these people, and as someone who ran for office, who ran on a socialist platform, this was a fucking wake up call for these people in fucking corporate socialist power. That one of their own got himself killed, more or less, because he was a fucking CEO that was again taking advantage of the middle class and the working class and those less fortunate.
Yeah, he was essentially getting wealthy off denying coverage.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So let's go ahead and
finish the Kyle video.
Yes.
Let's just watch it all the way through and not interrupt ourselves.
Okay.
As parasites, as a mafia, because they are. They're gangsters. They're criminals. They're thugs. They're taking their cut. They provide no value whatsoever. None. So people really despise health insurance in this country, and that's why the reaction was what it was to the Luigi Mangione thing. Everybody's either had a horrible experience on their own, or knows somebody who's had a horrible experience, or knows somebody with a medical bankruptcy, or lost a family member because they wouldn't pay out on the claim and the care was viewed as experimental. They literally brag about protecting people from unnecessary procedures. Like, you can't make this stuff up. The idea that doctors, like, this is going to be the course of treatment, and then the insurance company's like, nah, we're not going to do, like, who are you, bitch? Nobody asked you, right? So we've been on top of that. Again, I'll highly recommend, I'm going to plug this movie one more time for you, this documentary, Sicko. Go watch Sicko. It's actually, I think, Michael Moore just put it up for free.
Pause it for 1 minute.
Sure.
I gotta honestly give Kyle props for being the personality that he is. And, I've had my disagreements with him. Like, I've never hung out with him or anything like that. But I, have had my disagreements over the years. But I also, Maddie says, I missed the Sicko stream last week. So
don't worry, we'll do it again.
But yeah, so but I should just say, just out on a shameful fanboy thing. It's like, for all the disagreements I could have with Kyle Kalinske, I actually have to respect that he's his own person when he comes to person. He uses his own language. He's really, I guess you could say, I've kind of turned a new leaf on him, because I used to not like him very much, and now I think, ever since the TYT debacle, I've kind of looked at him a little differently.
Yeah, I've been watching Kyle for a long time, and occasionally, most of the time, I totally agree with his takes. Occasionally, I might have a little bit of pushback or a little bit of disagreement, but for the most part, I think he's, very honest, and he speaks his mind, and he does so in a very unique way. Like, when I watch Kyle, and I don't feel this, like, with every leftist streamer that I watch, but, like, when I watch Kyle, I feel like, almost, like, I'm not trying to, like, get parasocial here, but
I'm like 90, or at least 99% parasocial with the people I know, so I understand.
well, it's I feel like when I watch Kyle, I feel like I'm like, I don't know, hanging out at like a bar or a diner or something, and
Yeah.
like he's sitting across the table with me and
Well,
me, and we're
also,
having
I
a
should-
conversation.
Yeah, because I don't know if you watch the Vanguard at all. Like,
I
do
do.
you watch? So, like, we live in the same town, me and Gavin and Zach, and so, like, I'm in Kansas City and they're in Kansas City. So I've actually admittedly hung out with Gavin in real life.
Oh,
a
cool! I'm
couple
jealous.
times. But it's like, I don't feel like I owe him anything. I just like to hang out with him
Mm-hmm.
because, that's just who I am. It's like if I see somebody who does this for a living, the streaming and podcasting and stuff like that, who's a fellow leftist and who lives in the same town, I'm probably going to want to hang out with him. And for a while, I was kind of nervous about that because I didn't want people to think, oh, this is just access journalism kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, when we hang out, it's usually been positive.
Awesome.
So
I'm jealous.
no, well, we do normal stuff. We don't do anything terrible or anything like
Of course
anything
not.
like that. We just hang out, and do just cool stuff.
Yep.
On YouTube.
I mean,
So
I've gone
highly
to
recommend that.
his apartment. I've hung out with him. We've got high.
Nice.
That
Nice.
I don't care what your politics are, you'll come out of that on the issue of healthcare in particular going, okay, yep, I'm convinced, I'm a lefty. But David Sirota has done some phenomenal reporting here. Shout out right up front here to both David Sirota of The Lever, go subscribe to them, and also shout out to Jordan Chariton of Status Quo. We have something from him in here too. But look at this. This is from Lever News. New report. Health insurers raked in $371 billion in profits since the passage of the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. That's Obamacare.
Damn.
While raising family premiums to $26,000 a year. Get this, more than 40% of the profit went to United Health, whose profits rose 400% as the company denies nearly 1 in 3 claims. They were the most criminal
Damn.
of the criminal, thug, gangster, mafia,
Wow.
cartel health insurance companies. They were the most criminal. 371 billion. So here's that in chart form. Health insurers netted billions after the ACA. So from 2010 to 2023, that's what it looks like. That's the profit. Net revenue, actually. Now understand, we've talked about this time and time again. What was before Obamacare was actually genuinely worse, right? So under Obamacare, 50 million people, more people got health insurance. Under Trump, 3 million people lost health insurance. But you had some good provisions like kids get to stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26 years old. That was critical. Protections for pre-existing conditions. That's incredible as well. 85% of the money that goes to these health insurance companies has to go to actual care, not bullshit. But still, the core of the problem is there, which is if you're not on Medicaid or Medicare or the VA or at the VA, you are forced to go to a private health insurance company where they are going to try to make a profit off you, right? That's what it.
Right.
I hate to break it to you, Kyle, but Medicaid is already privatized, and
Yeah.
they want to privatize Medicare.
They want to privatize. Yeah, they want to privatize both of them. So again, it's the socialism for everybody mentality.
Right, and they want to privatize Social Security too. Like,
Yeah.
if they're not making cuts, they're gonna privatize it. because it's all about lining their pockets instead
Yeah.
of like the motivation is lining their pockets instead of helping people in need.
Yeah, and let's make their checkbooks and their pocketbooks even bigger than they already are. So that
Exactly.
there's like literally money just flowing out of it. Just show them, hey, you're rich, or we're rich, and you're not.
Mm-hmm.
So
And we don't
I
care if you live or die. So
yeah,
we're gonna, you know, either we're going to cut off these programs entirely, or we're gonna privatize them so that we can make money off the backs of poor people even more.
yeah. So I just turned
Yes.
a fan on in the background to keep myself cold.
Okay. I don't
So-
hear anything, so I think you're good.
Cool. And
And
it's
that's-
almost midnight where I live. I just wanted to FYI there.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted to raid somebody, if you had anybody in mind when you decided to do the stream.
Not yet, but let's finish this video up and then we can figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the core of the problem. All right, so now let me show you this. Again, this is from The Lever. The top 4 health insurance companies have spent $120 billion on stock buybacks. And the top 5 have reported $371 billion in profits since 2010. Reminder that their profits come from our denied claims. So they did $120 billion in stock buybacks. Well, you may be thinking, Kyle, good sir, what exactly are stock buybacks? Well, you're about to learn. Here we go.
In Trump's view, the economy works well when the stock market does well. Wrong. But a big reason stocks rise in value and don't fall as far as they would otherwise is stock buybacks. For years, corporations have spent most of their profits on buying back their own shares of stock instead of increasing the wages of their employees, whose hard work creates these profits. Stock buybacks are
So that's, first of all, that's the first important point here, right? Is that there's an either or. You can either do stock buybacks or you can reinvest that money into the company and give your workers raises, etc. Right? He's going to continue.
artificial efforts to interfere in the so-called free market to prop up stock prices. Because they create an artificial demand, they force stock prices above their natural level. With fewer shares in circulation, each remaining share is worth more. Buybacks don't create more or better jobs. Money spent on buybacks isn't invested in new equipment, or research and development, or factories, or wages. It doesn't build a company. Buybacks don't grow the American economy. So why are buybacks so popular with corporate CEOs? Because a bigger and bigger portion of CEO pay has been in stocks and stock options
This is why they're doing the buybacks. To enrich the executives.
rather than cash. So when share prices go up, executives reap a bonanza. The value of their pay from previous years also rises in what amounts to a retroactive and off-the-books pay increase on top of their already outrageous compensation.
Retroactive and off-the-books pay increase on top of already their preposterously high salaries.
Now that the new corporate tax cut is pumping up profits, buybacks are on track to hit a record $800 billion this year. Buybacks were illegal until Ronald Reagan made them legal in 1982, just about the same time wages stopped rising for most Americans.
What a coincidence. What a coincidence. They start doing stock buybacks, and it's no longer the case that wage growth has kept up with productivity growth. Huh. You don't say.
A bigger percentage of corporate profits went into increasing workers' wages. Trump and Republicans branded their huge corporate tax cut as a way to make American businesses more profitable so they'd invest in more and better jobs. But since corporations were already using their profits for stock buybacks, there's no reason to believe they will use their tax windfall on anything other than more stock buybacks. Let's not compound the error. Make stock buybacks illegal, as they were before 1982.
It was considered illegal stock manipulation to do a stock buyback before 1982. Then Ronald Reagan legalized it, and now it's a scourge. Now it's a scourge. And so you look at these numbers for these for-profit health insurance companies, and there is no conclusion other than these guys are criminals. These guys are criminals doing anything and everything to increase profits for their shareholders and pay themselves exorbitant amounts of money while they price gouge you and deny as many claims as possible. Now, I'm going to put the cherry on top here. This is really, really dark what you're about to see. So Jordan Chariton of Status Quo talked to a whistleblower, ex-United Healthcare employee. Listen to what she has to say. Listen to this. This should be a scandal all across the country on every media outlet. Everybody should be talking about this. Watch.
I would hear people, on break time or whatever, when we would all kind of come together in this kitchen clutch, and people would be talking about what they were told to do their job. It wasn't my job, so I can't say 100%. Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations, but I do know that people were complaining because, they had to meet a certain amount of claim denials.
So people were telling you that there was a quota for how many denials?
Yep.
Which is kind of like less deadly, but, cops towards the end of the month, you have a quota, how many tickets you have to give out.
Right.
According to this insider, according to this whistleblower, they have a literal quota for denying claims. I need you to really stop and think about that. Nobody's submitting a claim for shits and giggles. Nobody's trying to get extra health care. I just love getting extra surgeries and love spending extra time at the doctor or the hospitals, bro. That's what I like doing, bro. It's my hobby. All of these claims are because people desperately need care. And sometimes you try the traditional treatments and they don't work, and a doctor has a different idea and they want that. And that's when they step in and say, this is unnecessary care. This is not covered for the thing that you have, right? Again, 30, 32, 34% denial rate for United Healthcare, and they're the worst. There's a quota for denying claims. So again, they price gouge you on the front end, try to get as much money out of you as possible. Then on the back end, when you need them the most, they do anything and everything they can to weasel out of paying anything, which means you either struggle to pay the bill, end up going bankrupt, don't get the care you need. And like we just laid out for you, look at the amount they're doing in stock buybacks, look at the amount of executive compensation, look at the profits. This is a criminal cartel that's in between you and your doctor. It's a criminal cartel. It has to change. It has to change. We're the only developed country that doesn't have one version or another of a universal healthcare system. We don't need nobody needs a health insurance company. You don't need it. You can have single payer. The government is the single insurer. In other words, your tax money goes in, your tax money goes towards people's care. That's it. By the way, it's 18% administrative costs with the private system. It's only 2% for Medicare. All this waste, fraud, and abuse, and price gouging, and profit chasing. And you know what the results are? 68,000 dead bodies every year because people don't have access to basic healthcare. 68,000.
Yep.
Never mind the medical bankruptcies, never mind the people struggling to pay stuff back, never mind the horror stories that you hear. And look, this is why I don't think people knew all the details and the specifics, but people had an intuitive sense that it was bad, and this is why the reaction was what it was when you saw the United Healthcare CEO get killed. This is why the reaction was what it was. Because people genuinely have an intuitive sense, like, they can sniff it out. This is bullshit. This whole industry is bullshit. This whole industry is criminal. They know it. They feel it. They get it. And they reacted as one would react in that scenario. But everybody, do yourself a favor. Share this video far and wide. Go sign up to The Lever, David Sirota's outlet. Go subscribe to Jordan Chariton and Status Quo, because these stories here are super important, and people need to know the details of just how criminal these organizations are, so we can take action and push towards Medicare for all. Push towards a single-payer healthcare system. Push towards nationalizing Big Pharma is another part of this. We don't need to get into that at the moment, but that's another element of this.
Yep, absolutely.
It's I don't have the words for just how much they've ripped us off so thoroughly for so long. But now you're even beginning to see, and Ken Klippenstein says this exact same thing, you have people who work at these health insurance companies who are furious and who are saying, well, what the fuck do you expect? Of course people are going to hate us. You're denying all these claims and you're making all this profit. And they're blowing the whistle from within, just like this great lady here. They're blowing the whistle. And they're like, look, I hate this just as much as you guys do. We're trying to get them to change their practices, but the greed is everything. It's everything. We need deep reform because this cannot continue. All right, guys, that's the show. Love y'all very much. You guys know the drill. Everybody, please click like and subscribe.
Yep. He's 100% right.
Could we perhaps find that status quo interview
Yeah.
with the whistleblower?
Yeah.
And that's what we'll end on before we can rate.
Yeah. The Google Meet, we might not have time because the Google Meet link will end in like 15 minutes. But let me see. I can always make a new one. Let me see if we can find that. Because I watched that status quo video that he was talking about. And oh my gosh, the interview was crazy. So give me 1 second.
No problem.
And then if I need to, I'll just create a new
link. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
It's got to take a mental toll on you too, because you're not.
So how about we do this? How about I do a brief intermission? I create a new link, send you that link, and then we'll just start a new one. Does that sound good?
We'll just go. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll just take it from there.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have
Another intermission.
Quick intermission, but we will be right back. Okay.
BRB.
BRB. Okay. Alright, they can still hear us, I think, but
What's up? I took my headphones off when you hit the intermission.
Oh, I said I think they can still hear us, but let me go ahead and make that new link, and I will drop it in the Discord.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, y'all, we are back. John, are you back? I see you. I just don't see your video. Okay. We will just hang tight while we wait for John to come back. And in the meantime, I'm gonna take a moment to do my little pitch, if you will. Oh, there's John. I'm just gonna do my little pitch again, and then we'll resume. If you like what you see so far and you would like to support my stream, you can do so by subscribing for, I believe it's around $7 now. And so you can support me by subscribing, or for like $7 or free with your Twitch Prime. If you would like to make a donation to help cover the cost of some of my chemotherapy treatments that are coming up, you can do so through !donate, which I just put in the chat. I will also drop the link to my GoFundMe page. Even if you can't donate, that's totally fine and completely understandable. But you can help by sharing the link. I'm trying to find it. There it is. You can help out by sharing the link, and I will drop the GoFundMe link in chat. And then one other thing that I haven't set up yet through Ko-Fi, but I plan on doing is I am going to be offering paintings for different levels of support. I'm a third-year art student studying art therapy, and if you donate like $30 or $40, you can get a free 5x7 painting, and if you donate more, you can get larger paintings. I will have that set up and ready to go by the next stream, which would be on Sunday evening. Perhaps if you make a donation, you can get a painting. I do mostly like watercolor and water soluble medias, and my specialties are landscapes and abstract designs. So that's just another way that you can help support me and support this channel. So, with that said, we will go back to John. And John wanted to watch the status quo video with me, which, excellent choice. I think it's a really amazing video. It really brings to light many of the practices that are done by companies like United Healthcare. But guess what? All of them are doing it. And what's worse now is that all of them are now starting to use AI to make these decisions rather than relying upon humans to make these denials. So yeah, that's great.
Definitely. Yeah, so let's get into the status quo, the whistleblower of the interview of status quo.
All right.
Not all like heartless robots. You want to help the families. I mean, did it come home with you?
Yeah, I was drinking, and I don't drink. I'm not a drinker, but there were, Friday nights. Couldn't wait to get home and have a shot at Chewacca.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's Jordan. I'm delighted to be joined by Jenny. You are a former employee at United Healthcare. You were there about a decade ago, and you did a video that I guess maybe you weren't expecting blew up, but kind of blew up with everything going on with the murder of CEO Brian Thompson by alleged shooter Luigi Mangione. So tell folks first, when did you work there and what did you do for them?
I did. I worked there about 10 years ago, and I started out in professional services, and over the course of time, I was eventually promoted to a supervisor position.
Mm-hmm. So you were at first dealing with claims, or what were you doing?
I was in provider services. This is when it was MAMSI at the time. It was purchased later by United Healthcare. And so I was answering incoming calls from doctors' offices for various things, whether it was verification of benefits or problems that they were having with claims, and answering questions that doctors' offices would have.
So tell me about the evolution. I'm assuming when you started, you got into it to help people, but fairly quickly you were starting to see the denials, frustrated patients, and listening to, horror stories on the phone.
Yeah, well, in the very, very beginning, I was only talking to doctors' offices. They were still frustrated. But yeah, I didn't talk to patients till later on in my career. And that happened over time. I went in an entry-level position. I had worked at a doctor's office before, so I had to learn over time things about the insurance industry. Didn't necessarily know what I was doing in the beginning, so things started to come to light as I worked there.
And you shared a story in your video, and I'll put the link to your video under this, about a 14-year-old girl, rare, but she was a hermaphrodite, and needed surgery to correct that. Can you kind of share what happened with that?
Yeah, I can. So at that point, while I was working there, my position was called a customer advocate. And the calls would come to me. They would be basically escalated calls. So if you said, I want to speak to a supervisor, you spoke to somebody on my team. We had the same authority as far as what we were allowed to do on the calls as a supervisor, but we didn't have subordinates. Okay. And I got this call. It started out with speaking with the administrator, and we were progressing nowhere really as far as getting it resolved. And this was one of the rare opportunities that I actually talked to the doctor. And so the situation with this child was born with both body parts. They had male and female body parts. And we had paid for the claim to have her penis removed, but we were denying the portion of the claim to have her vagina rebuilt, or to build a vagina for her. And the reason was it was an exclusion for sex change operation. That was an exclusion at the time. And when I talked to the doctor, he said, I don't care. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. But, the thing about why this story sticks with me is that, in my layman's opinion, and I'm not a doctor, when you have male and female parts, this is not a sex change. this is a correction. There's a medical reason to do this for this person.
Mm-hmm. And also, I mean, United Healthcare clearly knows the difference between a voluntary sex change and a hermaphrodite who was born this way. Right. And also, I mean, in a lot of cases, the doctor wouldn't have gone ahead with it because doctors, for various reasons, don't want to go against the insurance or want to get paid. So if this doctor didn't do that, that delay could have been costly to the child of, rebuilding the female parts.
Yeah, and actually, I guess the reason why this affects me so deeply is because, in a way, she's already been put at it costly. She's 14 years old. She's gone through puberty.
Right.
That's...
And for a family, when you're dealing with a child who, was born with two reproductive systems and kind of the stigma attached to that, to then have to go, it's obviously a big thing to do the surgery in the first place, but then your healthcare company that you're paying for is denying you for the second part. I mean, that's got to be excruciating for the family, but also, I mean, you seem like, you wanted to help.
Yeah. And there was another issue with this I didn't mention in the other video. There was also a language barrier. I don't know where they came from, but they did not speak English as a first language. And that was in the notes that I was able to access, that there was a language barrier. So,
yeah. And you don't know what happened with that because a lot of these.
I don't. And that was another thing. Like, I would do the best I can to help these people, but, I wouldn't have had time anyway, but we're not supposed to go back and relook at whatever calls we handle. Just we handle the call, move on to the next one. So I, to this day, don't know what happened to this person.
And there was other instances where people needed MRIs to identify or rule out cancer, but United was denying that as well.
Right. So this was a vicious circle kind of a scenario where, and that example came from a position I had transitionally from the entry level to this customer advocate position, where they called it shelling. We were entering authorizations into the system. There were some things that we were allowed to automatically pre-approve without medical review. And some of the things with MRIs we could pre-approve, but some we couldn't. And we would get denials for claims that were, the diagnosis code was to rule out cancer. And so they would deny it because it wasn't a cancer diagnosis. And so that was the circle. Like, how are you going to diagnose that it's cancer if you don't do the diagnostic procedures?
It's crazy. You need the MRI to find out if it's cancer or not.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And was this?
It was, but.
And obviously you weren't like at the executive level, but were the justifications for this, as far as you know, like just incompetence or, higher up intentionally creating this system just to deny care? Or is that just unknowable?
I don't really know 100%. I would hear people, on break time or whatever, when we would all kind of come together in this kitchen clutch, and people would be talking about what they were told to do their job. It wasn't my job, so I can't say 100%. Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations, but I do know that people were complaining because, they had to meet a certain amount of claim denials.
So people were telling you that there was a quota for how many denials?
Yep.
Which is kind of like less deadly, but, cops towards the end of the month, you have a quota, how many tickets you have to give out.
Right.
And everybody's different, but when you were talking to employees, were they frustrated with this they had to meet this quota for denials rather than approving what in many cases just should have been approved?
You would get that kind of a feeling, people weren't talking about it in the way that we're talking about it now. And I say in general, the public is talking about it now. They were kind of bitching about their job is really atmospheres when it was communicated to me.
But it's got to be obviously the focus right now is on American suffering at the hands of these companies. But you're human too. You're human too. So when you were for some part of your career there dealing with patients frustrated on the phone, and you were also talking to others. So it's got to take a mental toll on you too, because you're not all like heartless robots. You want to help the families.
Right.
Can you kind of talk about the toll it took for you when you're dealing with families? Some of them were angry. Some of them were, emotional. I mean, did it come home with you?
Yeah, I was drinking. I mean, well, okay, so I was a smoker before I went there. I was smoking very heavily. Obviously, when we're talking, we're smoking. But yeah, I was drinking. And I don't drink. I'm not a drinker. But there were, Friday nights. Couldn't wait to get home and have a shot at Chewacca.
So is that because you're just dealing with, mothers on the phone in some cases crying or yelling? What kind of, for you, drove you to that?
It was twofold. There's a lot of pressure in customer service anyway. So, to make your job and do your job right, and having people just yelling at you in general, even if they don't understand what's going on. But then when you're telling somebody something, because we're the news, we're the messengers, right? And you tell somebody something that they don't want to hear, and sometimes you can't help them. Yeah, it takes a toll on you. Mm-hmm. And so there's also this expectation that you're the front lines of the company. You're supposed to put on your best face and represent them. And in the back of your mind, or even in the front of your mind, you're thinking something's wrong. How do you do it?
Right. And, obviously you've been gone since about 2013, but you're seeing now all this outrage in the aftermath of the CEO's murder towards the companies. Mm-hmm. And I mean, they're up to like 32% denials. They lead the industry in denials. Now they're using AI to increase denials. Right. You even have a lot of doctors are doing videos, kind of, blowing the whistle on them. What are your thoughts? Obviously, you kind of moved around in the company, but do you feel like United was always this bad, or it's progressively seemed to have gotten a lot worse?
I'm not 100% sure on this. It would be easier to say that it got worse, but I'm not 100% sure. It does seem to me like there's this huge conflict of interest with the insurance companies and how they're running their business versus what they're supposed to be doing, and growing the way that they are and accumulating businesses the way that they are. And insurance business is not the same as, say, having a store or like Disneyland or something like that. This is a business where you pay money into it, hoping that you never have to use their services, right? Where if you go and buy a car, you expect to go home with a car that day. Okay, insurance, you pay money in, you hope you don't have to use them, but eventually you're going to have to use them. And then to have to go and say, sorry, it's not covered, or, something like that, that's I think where the biggest indignation is. But to say it's getting worse over time, I think that they're buying up businesses that maybe they shouldn't be, if they're going to, like, I had done a video, it went out last night, about the pharmacy, the PBM Act, and they're telling people, or what they're trying to do is to prevent and to divest the insurance companies who have purchased pharmacies. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's what I'm saying here, is what I'm trying to say. So if you're buying a pharmacy and you're dispensing medication, but you're also insuring that, there's a conflict there.
Right. Well, there's also reports out that United in specific has been, because they were delaying claims.
I watched on stream, we watched a video not too long ago from More Perfect Union, where they were talking to pharmacists, specifically pharmacists from CVS, where they were talking about how quickly they have to work, how understaffed they are, In parts of the video, they showed like piles of boxes of various drugs that hadn't been properly sorted through
or stored
right
and bought and put on the shelves correctly.
exactly and
Yeah, that kind
yeah
of thing.
and they were like talking about how they would basically make it difficult for non-CVS pharmacies, like mom and pop style pharmacies to exist.
Yeah.
And then they would later come along and be like, well, hey, we can buy you out. You know, we'll give you this big chunk of cash. And then they shut down that pharmacy and just direct everyone to CVS. So, like, this is not a new issue.
This isn't anything new. Yeah, this has been going on for like decades.
Mm-hmm.
The buyouts of these companies to like the mom and pop stores in order to put like a bigger corporation like a CVS pharmacy or a Walgreens is like not even like yesterday's news. This has been prevalent throughout history in the pharmaceutical industry. And also how much the CEOs and the people that run these stores have their hands in the pharmaceutical corporate cookie jar, so to speak.
Yep.
So
for so long to providers, the doctors, offices couldn't meet payroll and they were going belly up. And then United swooped in and bought the providers.
Mm-hmm.
So that would mean United is then paying or not paying themselves if they own the providers.
And in actuality, it wasn't because United came in or any other insurance company came in and bought the practice that I was working for, but that practice actually did, and this is before Obamacare.
Also, I'd like to quickly point out that this recently happened in my area. So we used to have this clinic that, for as long as I can remember, was called the Everett Clinic. Now, Everett is a city that is just south of me, on I-5. And, you know, it started out just in Everett, but then over the decades that it was around, it expanded into other, like, nearby locations across Snohomish County. Well, it was recently just bought out, like in the last year or two, was bought out by Optum. And so now Optum owns what used to be the Everett Clinic.
Wow.
And yeah, and Optum is not great either. In fact, so most of the doctors I personally see are down in Seattle because I usually have to see specialists, and that's where all the specialists are. Well, I do have, like, literally just around the corner from my house is an Optum office, and, you know, I've gone to the walk-in before and all that. I recently had some GI issues, so I'm currently being treated by the Optum GI clinic. So, the care and, like, the quality of care and just being able to get in to see your doctors and stuff has certainly declined since Optum took over, but that's basically what they're talking about here.
Right.
They filed bankruptcy, and my office was closed. That's how I ended up for Mamsie.
Wow. And, you know, I'd like to play this, actually. I know he wasn't, you know,
Yeah.
he wasn't your direct boss or anything, but this is Andrew Whitty. He's the CEO of United Health Group, which is the parent company.
Right.
He was praising Brian Thompson as some hero of the healthcare industry, but he said something else, which is, in my view, incredibly tone deaf. Let me play it and get your thoughts.
There was nobody who did more to try and advance that mission than Brian Thompson. And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian.
What the fuck?
And we are going to make sure that we not only acknowledge and honor that legacy of Brian, but we will continue it. Our role is a critical role, and we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it.
So sick.
And we guard
Sickening.
against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
Love your thoughts, because I don't know. I mean, why are they deeming what's necessary or unnecessary if the doctors who went to school and have the expertise are telling them X treatment or MRI or surgery is necessary?
It's because they have doctors that work for the insurance companies that, in my opinion, are violating the Hippocratic Oath to first do no harm, when the doctors that work for these insurance companies are denying these claims that they know are medically necessary, but they are denying them anyways for the benefit of the health insurance company.
Necessary. Shouldn't that be the last stop? If the doctor's saying it's necessary, they seem to have reversed that, and they get to decide what's necessary.
Yeah. My experience, I'll just tell you what my experience is. I had to have a hysterectomy, and I was kind of young, and I wasn't that young, but I was kind of young. And thankfully, in my case, mine was not denied, but there were times when I would see other procedures, hysterectomies, but also other types of surgeries like back surgeries and knee surgeries and so on and so forth, where they had to do other things beforehand. Okay. But when I had my surgery, I sat down with my doctor before and we talked about different options. I didn't have to have a hysterectomy, but that's what I chose to do. Okay. So it was a discussion between me and my doctor. And I think a lot of people, a lot of professional people do that before they make the decision of how they're going to treat their patient. But, how do they decide without talking with the patient what kind of prior care leading up to that is appropriate for that procedure, whatever it is that they want to do? It's personal. That's personal. You can't make a decision based on a number, or there's a person involved with that. You have to have a discussion, and that's how you give care.
Yeah, it just seems like, you said conflict of interest. If they're saying, you got a quota for how many denials, obviously, their priority seems to be profit,
right,
rather than ensuring you could cover the most amount of people.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, he's talking about it with, we safeguard against unnecessary care because it would make the system too complex. Mm-hmm. Well, the system is very complex. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, it really is. And I have my thoughts on this. Okay. I'm actually thinking about doing a video about this myself. The insurance is complex, okay, because they've made it complex. Healthcare is complex because human beings are complex. We send doctors to school to learn how to handle that and how to do their job, right? That's what we do. We send them, and they're doctors for a reason. But our insurance, our healthcare here in the United States does not have to be complex. It's not complex in France. It's not complex in Canada. It's not complex in Australia. And those people are listening to my video too, and they're making comments on they can't believe that we have to go through this to get healthcare.
Right.
It doesn't have to be complex. We're making it complex.
And there's another element. Obviously,
Just saying that if we were in France and they have universal healthcare along with other really amazing programs in France, if they tried to privatize healthcare in France, like in a similar way that we have here, those people would be in the streets protesting it because they protest everything when they feel like the government has overstepped. Just saying that, maybe we should learn from the French example.
Yeah, protesting Macron, very like the head of the French government, on universal health, getting their universal health care. We should take a page from the French people, the citizens of France.
Mm-hmm.
Americans, all of us have experienced, waiting on the phone for 20 minutes, a half hour, 45 minutes to get somebody like you on the phone from United Healthcare, and we're angry. But you shared in your video, in a lot of cases, it's management and higher up basically putting one poor soul there, understaffing. Can you kind of talk about that? Because you had experiences where, you were getting calls when you were off from, an overworked and stressed out person because that employee was the only person there to answer calls.
Yeah, that was when I was in a supervisor position under Optum, and the number crunchers decided that we only needed 5 people to cover. My team did after hours and weekends. So, yes, the call volume was lower. And so, I can see if you just look at the numbers, that would make sense. But if you're looking at the people, so the people who we managed the FSA card, looks like it was MasterCard, right? If you look at the people who are calling in and they're standing at, the pharmacy trying to get their medication and the card's declining for some reason, they're going to call, right? Meanwhile, they're standing in line, they're holding up the line. They look like they didn't pay their bill because the person behind them, all they see is that the card's not going through, right? And then they can't get a hold of somebody. That in itself is frustrating even if it's something that can be fixed simply. Meanwhile, my person's there. She's got to take her break, so she's off the phone for 15 minutes during her break time. And she comes back and she's got people angry because the queue is filling up. And then she's got to take lunch. Now she's off for 30 minutes and the queue is continuing to fill up. And then she comes back and now, she's got to spend her time de-escalating somebody's emotions on top of trying to help them. Right. And it's stressful. Think about it. If you sat for 8 hours in one place, you can't even get up and walk around, and somebody's hollering at you, whether it's justified or not, it's going to wear on you.
Right. But it's not that person's fault. They're just understaffing it. So on the weekends, they're putting one employee to answer, on any given day, dozens of calls.
Yep.
Right. So, which, isn't unique to the healthcare industry. There's plenty of industries in America trying to, do more with less. But in this case, this is people already frustrated or in some cases desperate. And then you're also probably not getting the best customer service because they're so stressed that they can't, respond like they would if it was well staffed.
Actually, I'm so proud to say I had a very good team. I really. And, when you call and you say this, you hear this call may be monitored for quality purposes. You hear that everywhere you call, right? We did that too. And my quality on my team was very high. Usually we had passing. We really didn't have a lot of problems. But that's me. I'm going to take credit for that because I coached my people and I did the best I could to support them. And I had good hires. I really did. I had people who, they genuinely wanted to do their job. But I honestly did have to, talk to somebody because she's cursed under her breath because, she reached a boiling point too.
Right. And, for you, when you're seeing all this outrage at United and other healthcare companies, obviously, I'm not saying condone murder. Murder is not good. No. But it seems like the healthcare companies' response is to build a higher wall, hire more security and kind of build this fortress around them rather than actually evaluating like, hey, maybe our practices are predatory and we need to change things around. I'm sure you're not surprised by the response, but what's your thoughts on, Andrew Whitty and the other companies' response to this?
Well, right now they are on high alert. So when you think about what happened to Miss Boston in Florida, that probably wasn't fair. I think I've had people say worse things to me. But I understand why it happened.
Referring to the mother who was arrested for supposedly threatening. Yeah.
Yes. And all she really did was she quoted Luigi and then she said, "You're next," or something like that. Mm-hmm. She probably shouldn't have said it. Okay. But yes, they're on high alert right now. Understandably so, because if I was still working there, I would be concerned too, Mm-hmm. But yes, I think that they're not listening to what people are saying. And this is the problem. Like it's been the problem. They're not listening to what people are saying. People like me, people like you, okay, the average person on the street. Right. This is my humble opinion. I think they're listening to the dollars. The politicians I'm talking about are listening to the dollars. I think the politicians can fix this and they're not listening. And the insurance companies aren't listening either. It's still going to be about the bottom line. And
yeah, that was my next question. I don't care what your politics are, but at the end of the day, you said it. I mean, other countries do not have this system.
Right.
But we have a system where there's a flood of money. I mean, United Health Group, their lobbying last year, 2023, was $10 million. I think it's on pace for like 6 or 7 this year. Then you got all the other companies, and then you have Wall Street, which is heavily invested in all these companies. So it's beyond conflict of interest. It's just corruption. I mean, call it what it is.
Right.
So, I mean, yes, be outraged at the healthcare companies, but don't people also need to start looking at the politicians on both sides who are taking this money and then giving us all sorts of rationalizations why we can't fundamentally change the system?
Yeah, and like I said, I'm learning now too. I've been out of this for a while, but I feel like I really need to do something. Okay, so I'm trying to educate myself, and I've been looking at different things, and based on comments that are in the video. And a lot of people have been talking about universal health care. And some people have brought up that we actually have universal health care right now. It's Medicare. So I'm still researching it. But some of the things I've seen about Medicare, it was knocked down for whatever reason. But we actually have a plan in place. We're just not implementing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What's interesting, and I think there's been a lot of propaganda out there by the healthcare companies and their lobbyists, but people think, I don't want government running healthcare, but really what other countries do, it's just government paying for it. It's not government administering the care. You would still have doctors and hospitals and you would still need employees like you. There's just a lot less administrative overhead, bureaucracy.
Yep.
So I think there's been a lot of misinformation out there by United and others that it's, government in your doctor's office, when in reality, it's government pays the bill.
Right. And, I'm not going to go there. That's too controversial.
You could go wherever you want.
Okay. So we have government in everything we do anyway. When you go into a restaurant and you want to get something to eat, you're hoping that the inspector has come and made sure that restaurant's clean and safe, etc. So I was a hairdresser. They would come into our salons to make sure that we were abiding by, whatever regulations we had to do. So there's nothing wrong with the government saying, look, you have to maintain this certain standard for public safety and health. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. I think most of us don't. If you think about what you're putting in your mouth, or, is this person actually licensed to perform a surgery on me before they knock me out? You know what I'm saying? That all makes perfect sense. But as far as having a universal health care, it would save tons of money. In the end, it would, even if you had a small increase, and I don't think it would be that great. If we took every single person who pays taxes in our country and took just a little bit more tax money out to pay towards a universal health care, it would still cost us less than paying the premiums. And
the health plan trust for Washington State, people like how it would work is the employer would still be paying for the health premiums, and then the employee would be paying about 2% out of their paycheck. It would actually be less than what the majority of people are paying now. So, that's the plan that is being worked on currently in Washington State, and is something that has been something that elected officials have been working on for several years now. Unfortunately, there are people like on the Universal Healthcare Commission, as well as in the legislative committees that are working on this, there are people that are actively working against this plan. So that's in part why it's been taking a long time. But it would actually save employers money, it would save the average worker money, and it would save the state a ton of money as well. So if we had a similar plan on like a national scale, it would actually be significantly cheaper and better quality care than what we currently have.
You would know what you're paying for.
Right.
It really wouldn't change, except maybe if it changed, your income changed. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, also, I mean, you don't have to be an economist to understand it would be better for the economy too.
Yes, exactly.
If people have more money in their pockets because they're not paying deductibles and copays. I got 2 back surgeries with insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I got a $6,000 bill between the two.
Right.
I still haven't paid it off.
Right.
Well, if I didn't have to pay that, I could go out to dinner. I could go out, maybe a short vacation. You put more money into the economy when people have more money in their pockets.
Right.
So it just seems like, for example, when your deductible restarts at the end of every year, what is that for other than paying the insurance companies to grease up quarterly profits, CEOs, etc.?
Yeah, your deductible, all you're doing with a deductible, you report to the insurance company that you've had this service and this is how much it cost, but you're not even paying them that money. That goes to the doctor out of your pocket. Mm-hmm. But there's one other point that I wanted to make about Medicare and Medicaid is that we're already paying for it. You and me, well, I guess we're independent. I pay my own, and I don't know how you do, but when I worked for any other employer, I paid 7.5%. The company paid 7.5%. I pay 15% now, so I'm paying into it.
Right.
I'd pay 20.
Right. But also, I mean, at the end of the day, we are being taxed now. Mm-hmm. It's called copays, deductibles, co-insurance.
Yes. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And my last question to you is, you had mentioned this, not that you were drunk or anything, but this drove you to drink. This took a toll. And even now, you were kind of moved on from this, doing something else in your life, but it's in a way triggered you seeing all this. Can you kind of talk about for you, and I'm sure you keep in touch with other people in the industry, emotionally just seeing this, is it kind of what you're emotionally for you seeing this outrage? Has it kind of taken you back to that experience when you were there?
Kind of. I mean, it is a little triggering. I feel like I'm in a different position now because I don't work there. And so I've had some healing, but it is triggering me. It took me a couple days to even make the initial video to start with. And I'm having anxiety just as I talk to you. Yesterday I was up at 4:00 in the morning. Couldn't fall asleep till 3:00. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday. Couldn't fall asleep till 3:00 that night. Because I'm thinking about the stories that people are telling me. I'm thinking about the doctors who are reaching out to me. I'm thinking about the coworker, or I'll say coworkers, but employees who are reaching out to me. So that's bothering me. And then I'm thinking too about, the people who have no hope. They don't believe that our government's going to take care of us.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think they're going to listen. Because I had said, maybe we should start writing letters and holding these people in political power accountable. And they're like, it won't make any difference. And that's sad.
And you mentioned there's current employees reaching out. You don't have to share.
Yeah, current employees. Mm-hmm.
And are they reaching out to you just that this is triggering them and they're...
Yes, they're feeling the same thing I am.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they're in it now.
Yeah, they're in it now. And the doctors are in it now.
And those current employees, do they feel like they're kind of a part of a system that's, for lack of a better word, killing people?
Nobody's expressed that as an employee, either currently or formerly. They haven't expressed that. And I don't feel like I killed anybody. That was not where my heart was. But I have had comments that, I have blood on my hands and I'm just as evil because I work there.
Right.
Even though I had 3 kids, I was a single mom. I had 3 kids I had to feed and keep a roof over their head.
Right.
And I didn't know everything going in. You learn as you go, right?
Right. So. And most of the people in it at the lower level actually want to approve things and want to help people.
Yeah.
You're not creating the policies for quotas to deny.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just messing.
Absolutely. And finally, kind of off of what you said about lack of hope, do you see this changing? Do you see this as a wake up call to the United Healthcares, or they're just waiting for it to kind of fall out of the news and they'll pay maybe a little bit more lobbying and pay some more people off and kind of move on?
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. I don't see the insurance companies as taking this as a wake-up call. I really don't. I think, yes, things will stay, tense and they'll keep their security up for a while, but they're going to keep on going the way that they're going until they're forced to stop. They're not going to stop until they're forced to stop. Mm-hmm. And this is where shooting people is not going to be helpful. Okay. It really isn't. Right. But we as a nation need to stand up, and people are telling, well, stop paying for your insurance. Well, sometimes you don't have a choice. If you're...
I'm going to back up just a little bit because there was an ad. So...
they haven't expressed that. And I don't feel like I killed anybody. That was not where my heart was. But I have had comments that, I have blood on my hands and I'm just as evil because I work there.
Right.
Even though I had 3 kids, I was a single mom. I had 3 kids I had to feed and keep a roof over their head.
Right.
And I didn't know everything going in. You learn as you go, right?
Right. So. And most of the people in it at the lower level actually want to approve things and want to help people.
Yeah.
You're not creating the policies for quotas to deny.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just messing.
Absolutely. And finally, kind of off of what you said about lack of hope, do you see this changing? Do you see this as a wake up call to the United Healthcares, or they're just waiting for it to kind of fall out of the news and they'll pay maybe a little bit more lobbying and pay some more people off and kind of move on.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. I don't see the insurance companies as taking this as a wake-up call. I really don't. I think, yes, things will stay, tense and they'll keep their security up for a while, but they're going to keep on going the way that they're going until they're forced to stop. They're not going to stop until they're forced to stop. Mm-hmm. And this is where shooting people is not going to be helpful. Okay. It really isn't. Right. But we as a nation need to stand up, and people are telling, stop paying for your insurance. Well, sometimes you don't have a choice. If your employer purchased United Healthcare and that's the only choice you've got, you're going to take what you get, right?
Right.
So, boycotting is not going to work in this particular instance. We're really going to have to I got to watch what I say too, right? We need to approach the government and explain our point of view and tell them, this is what the public feels, not the insurance companies.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with going after them politically. Hey, if you're going to keep taking this money from these companies, if you're going to keep taking big money from big pharma and then, voting no on universal health care and, saying then you should expect to lose your position, to have primaries and, other things. So I don't think either of us are calling for violence, but at the end of the day, I think people have reached a breaking point, which is kind of the response we're seeing. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much. I'm going to put the link to your videos so people could check out your channel.
Thank you.
Obviously, current employees aren't speaking out because they don't want to lose their jobs. So it's valuable to have a former United Healthcare employee speak out. So thanks again.
All right. Before we go, I have 2 questions for you, John. First, I guess the first question is, how would you summarize our conversation tonight? And then the second question would be, as progressives, as people on the left, where do we go from here? What are our next steps to fight these cuts? Do we try to organize more around mutual aid? Do we try to gain more allies, either disabled or able-bodied people? What do we do as a community to prepare for potential cuts to these social safety net programs?
Well, if I wasn't so tired, I could probably give you a more thorough answer. I mean, we streamed for about 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
I would summarize our conversation in that sense. I thought this was really good. I thought this was a great conversation. It was great for me to kind of be on here as a guest, not being the person doing the interviewing and somebody else doing the interviewing, which was nice. I don't mind it. It's nice to be in the other side of the seat, as I call it. I guess to the second question, and this might sound a little complicated, I mean, and I'm probably going to have to be brutally honest, as progressives and as people with disabilities, I mean, there's going to have to be a stronger unity between us, between groups. And as far as what the last point was with like disabled and able-bodied people, I mean, we're going to have to reach out to our fellow comrades on the left and be like, this is the way we've lived. We've had to live for the last, 30 plus years. And the ableism that is still 100% existing in society today.
even in leftist spaces.
or in just in outside community spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So like it doesn't have it could be it doesn't matter if it's a setting like this of communities that we have been a part of, or it could just be out there in real life.
Mm-hmm.
It's still there.
Yep.
And we have to take up responsibility. I mean, I'm going to sound like a fucking conservative, even though I'm not one. But we have to take up responsibility to reach out to people and say, look, we know you're allies. We're friends. We think the exact same way, sort of. But we would love it. Like, really, 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 really love it if you would stand with us in this protest for people who are minorities, people who are disabled, people who are, as you say, able-bodied, that are not just people, that are just not cis white people or cishet white people, however you say it correctly. They are people of color. They are trans people or LGBTQIA+. They are cis and non-binary people, particularly women, cis and non-binary women. And there was a third minority group, or fourth minority group. I may have said them all. If I left something out, let me know. We need you to stand with us as progressives. You say you're progressive. You say you're on the left. You're a leftist. 2 words. Prove it. And actually show also that you're in unity. Because I mean, believe me, we got friends already that know that are in unity. But then there are other people that are just, they're not willing to learn, and we have to pull them to our side. Kind of like when I was talking earlier about like all the leftist commentators of different, variety. We need to all pull them at our side no matter what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, does that make enough sense?
Absolutely. And
Again, if I wasn't so tired, I'd give a more methodical answer, but
perhaps in a future conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying in our private conversation on Discord, I said I'd love to be on here more frequently.
Definitely.
I definitely have time in my schedule. Honestly, any time of the week until August, at least until August when I hopefully go back to school again. Fingers crossed. Waiting on that scholarship, and that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I'm gonna know in February.
So, do you want to, before we end stream, do you want to plug your channel, plug your links?
Yeah, of course. So my name is John. I host a political lefty progressive show on YouTube and Twitch called, people call it the John Ross Show, but I usually call it TGRS. Just, that's what it started out to be. I've been doing it for 4 years. I do the show on both YouTube and Twitch. I sort of am doing a podcast with my friend and fellow former TYT mod, Lindsay Robb, called Macabre Movie Maven. We're doing it every Monday night at, I think, about 10:30 Central Time. We're kind of in a hiatus period. We did a first, and that's also on YouTube and Twitch. That channel also has its own YouTube. We're kind of in a hiatus period. We're kind of perpetrating to episode 2. We did a first episode of Nightmare on Elm Street, which you all can find. It is on, again, it's youtube.com/Macabre Movie Maven. I'm on Substack, which I don't really use as often as I used to, but what the heck? I'll go ahead and plug it. It's this blog is not. I think it's myblogthing.substack.com. I changed the name recently. I've done a few rebrands of it. It's actually called This Blog Is Not for Sale. I take the name from I'm not a sellout. Basically, not selling out to corporate media, to establishment media, to any elitist brand. I am my own brand. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I'm also part of a group, Transcend TTV, where I'm basically a streamer. I think we're not going to call it that any longer. I think we're going to also do a rebrand. And I'm just there as part of the group. It's kind of in a rebuilding phase right now. Yeah, and I call into the letter hack. I can just keep plugging away until 1 o'clock. So I do a lot of call-in shows. You can see me on the letter hack whenever. I think Dan from the internet does. I think he does a few call-in shows that I've been on. So I'm just I'm just everywhere. I stream, I podcast, I mod for pretty much all of left YouTube. Almost all of left YouTube. So if you see a blue wrench by my name, that's me. About it's what I do, really.
Awesome. Well,
but the podcast is actually my main. The two podcasts are my main gigs. So
okay.
Yeah. So are we gonna raid somebody? Yeah, no problem.
Who should we raid, you guys?
I mean, if I had Twitch open, let me see if I can minimize. I can see who. Well, let's see. We got Amy C3, which is actually a really good. She's a really good Twitch streamer. She talks about housing, affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
There is Riverboat Jack. I think I've watched their stream a few times. There is let's see, Complaining Laney I think is also a associate of Transcend TTV. Let's see. That's about it.
Chat, who do you want to raid? Who should we raid? And before we do, I just really want to thank you for coming on and hanging out with me for the last several hours.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it was a good 3 hour. It was 4 hours and 20 minutes, 20 seconds, right? Yeah, 20 seconds, 20 minutes. It's a good 4 hour stream. I did 3 hours with Hank Thompson, which is also up on my YouTube channel. I think it's still on the Twitch side, but I don't know how long that will be there. So.
Well, and this video will probably be split up into 2 parts and posted on my YouTube channel. So guys, if you're not following me on YouTube, please follow me on YouTube. I need to...
So it'll be there. Yeah, yes, you need to monetize.
On the Disabled Proletariat. So it's the exact same name as my Twitch.
As your Twitch channel. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just John Ross on Twitch, and I'm Jonathan Ross on Twitch. But I go by John Ross on YouTube.
Okay, so you said Amy
C3
was rating? Was
we can raid, I said we can raid Amy C3, they're a good Twitch streamer.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay, Amy, and it's just Amy C3 and the number 3, right?
It's Amy as in AMYE and then capital C and then the number 3.
Okay. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight.
Thanks so much, folks.
And
thanks for having me again. I hope I can come back. I think
definitely
very soon and have another conversation.
Definitely.
Maybe I wouldn't be so tired.
Yeah. I will be back on Sunday. I think we're gonna play some more Dustborn. on Sunday.
Nice.
So I will see y'all again on Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Have a great rest of your evening, everyone. And I will talk to y'all soon. Night.
Night.